Good morning. Can you guys hear me? How's everyone doing?
Great. Thanks, man. Doing fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Azeez. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Azeez.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. So I'm glad you guys can
everyone.
hear me. Good morning. I'm always trying to start this meeting earlier, but by the time I try to set up everything I need to set up, it always end up taking me longer than because I was pretty much up all night preparing all this, like the final things. Then I was like, let me take a nap real quick. I woke up trying to set everything up, just taking forever to set things up. But we are here. Let me log in on, yeah. I don't want to switch. Trying to edit. How do I join it? Okay. All right, is everyone ready? Make sure you log into your AWS account. Make sure all your softwares are installed. Um, all right. Can you guys hear me on YouTube? Is everything clear? And can you guys see the screen and can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you can hear perfectly. Okay, cool. All right. Let me share my screen and you guys can also confirm that you can see my screen. And we will start. We have a lot of stuff to cover today, but I think we should definitely be done on time. Okay, guys, please on YouTube and here on Zoom, you guys please confirm you can see my screen clearly. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Just need to get settled here. And I think I'll just move this out of the way for now. And when we need it, I'll get it. All right. What this means. And And on YouTube, you guys can, my screen is clear, right? And there's no delay. Okay, cool. All right, let's start then. Let's start. Okay. So the first thing we are going to do is open our project information, right? Then first thing I want you guys to do is download your asset for this project. So the asset is here. Just click download. And that should download it to your computer. Just giving it a second to download. Then you can go to the folder where you downloaded it, right? You can see it here in my downloads. I'm going to right click on it and extract all and click extract. So now I should have both files here, right? The one I downloaded and the one I just unzipped. So all the assets we will use in this project are in the unzip one. So if you go in that one, you see all of them here. One thing I want to point out is that for those that are using Mac computer, the script we will use to build and push our image, you'll find it in the Mac user folder. And for those that are using Windows, you'll find your build script in the Windows folder. And everything else is the same for everyone, both Mac and Windows user. Okay, so the next thing you can open is the agenda, right? So that's just to follow along the other way how we are going to build our resources. And also, I have majority of the things we'll talk about today. I've included the link here for you guys to read on it. So different things that we're doing, how to push, build and push an image, and all that stuff, AWS CLI, adding SSH key to GitHub. So we'll start with GitHub, get a little bit in GitHub today and all that stuff. So all that stuff is here. Once you open the agenda, right, the first thing we would talk about is the where we left off on project 2, which project 2 we built our dynamic web app on AWS. And now we are building the same web app on AWS. When we did it last week, we used EC2 as our server. Now that we are doing it this week, we'll be using Docker and ECS. So instead of using EC2, we are using containers. Last week when we left off, so let me show you the reference architecture. This is the reference architecture, right? You guys can see it is the same exact reference architecture as the last one we built. we are only using just a second. I'm getting some thing. Connection is good. Okay. Actually, I don't know what this means, but those that are watching on YouTube, if you guys if there's any issue where you can't see anything or anything, please let me know. Because I'm getting kind of like a warning thing here, but I don't really know what's wrong. Since you guys say you can see me and hear me. All right. So this is the reference architecture. You guys can see it's the same exact as last week. The only thing is in our private app, instead of using EC2s here, we are using ECS Fargate containers. So that's the only difference. And we are introducing things like Secret Manager, which no, we already had Secret Manager from last week. So really the only new thing we are introducing here is the containers. So we have switched our server from EC2 to ECS Fargate containers. Right, that's the only difference. Going to minimize this for now. All right. So the next thing we are going to do is we already have our VPC from last week, and we have our NAT gateways and everything there. The only thing we need to do is, no, we don't have our NAT gateway, sorry. We have our VPC with public and private subnets. Everything is still intact. The only thing we need to do is update our VPC by adding our NAT gateway back so that the resources in our private subnet will have access to the internet, and we will also add that. We'll also update our route table so that everything is up to date. So that's the first thing we are going to do. All right. So let's go to the management console. Then in the search box, type VPC and select VPC under services. VPC under services. Then here, filter by your VPC and click your VPCs here. So you can see your VPC, we have the VPC. Here, we are going to select NAT gateways. Then we are going to click create NAT gateway. We'll give the NAT gateway a name. I've included the naming convention for this year as well. So feel free to use it. So for the NAT gateway, we'll just call it dev NAT gateway. Easy one. So you can copy that name, paste it here. Then we'll select the subnet that we want to create the NAT gateway in. Remember, the NAT gateway always goes in the public subnet. So you can either select public subnet easy one, or so you can either select public subnet easy one or your public subnet easy two. Here, I'm going to select my public subnet easy one. So be this one, dev public easy one. And connectivity type will be public. We have to allocate an elastic IP. So here, click allocate elastic IP.
What? That is open my your
Nice.
favorite.
allocate elastic IP. Once you allocate your elastic IP, that's pretty much all we need to do here. Click create NAT Gateway. We've created our NAT Gateway, right? And the state is pending. We'll just give it some time to create it, right? Then we would update our route table. I'm just going to refresh here. So it's still pending, but I think we can still add it to the route table while it is creating. So while we are waiting for it to create, let's just select route tables here. And we are going to select our dev private route table. And under details, next to it, you'll see routes, select routes, then click edit routes. And here, we are going to select NAT Gateway. Then here, we'll select our NAT Gateway we just created. Then once you select it, click Save Changes. All right. So that's that. And we are done updating it. So moving on, we still have our EC2 Instance Connect endpoint from last week, which is how we are going to connect to our server, right? We are using containers today. And for containers, you don't SSH into them. I mean, there's a way you can connect to containers at the end. If we have time, I'll show you guys how to do it. But generally, you don't SSH into container the same way we do EC2. So that is one thing I want you guys to note. But we still have our EC2 Instance Connect endpoint in our VPC so that we can SSH into our data migrate server. So that's what we are using that EC2 Instance Connect endpoint for. So that is there. We've created our NAT Gateway. The next thing we need to do is create our security groups. Our security groups is the exact same security groups as last week, right? We need to create an application load balancer security group, right? That will allow traffic from port 80 and port 443. That will allow traffic from port 80 and port 443, right? We need to, so for the load balancer, what I mean by allowing traffic on port 80 and 443, that is traffic that is coming from the internet, right? Same thing as last week. Then we need to create a security group for the container. That is also going to allow traffic from port 80 and port 443, but only if the traffic is coming from the application load balancer, right? Because remember in our reference architecture, right? In our reference architecture, right? When the traffic is coming from the internet, is coming on port 80 and port 443, the traffic will come into, so I'm just repeating things we already know, right? So the traffic will come into our VPC, it would hit the load balancer. The load balancer would take the end user's request and forward it to the containers, right? So the traffic coming from here will be on 80 and 443. That's for the load balancer. Then the load balancer will take the request, forward it to the containers on the same port for 80 and 443. So that's why we have to create a container security group that's allowing traffic on port 80 and 443, but only if it is coming from the load balancer. Because we already understand that the end users cannot just send requests directly to our container. it only sends the request, it hits our load balancer, and our load balancer will forward the request to the containers on the end user's behalf. Once it gets the response, it would send the response back to the end user. So that's why we are also opening port 80 and 443, and we are limiting the traffic to the application load balancer. Same exact thing we did last week. Then we are going to create a data migrate server security group, which is just going to be a temporary server that's going to be in our private subnet. And that is going to allow us to SSH into it. And we'll use that server to migrate our data. Then the last one we are going to create is the RDS Database security group, which will allow us to will allow our containers to access our database, and will also allow the server we are trying to migrate to access our database. So those are the security groups we are going to create. We already have our EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint security group in our VPC because we didn't delete it from last week. So we're just going to create this 4 extra security group. All right. The naming convention for those security groups are here. If you need the naming convention, so let's create those security groups. We would, in our VPC, under security, we'll select security groups and click create security group. The first security group we are going to create is for the load balancer, right? And that is going to be called the DevNest ALBSG. So you can copy that name. Then here, I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to use the same name as the description. Then I'm going to select the VPC that I want to create it in. Then once you select the VPC, just a second, guys. John, I'm not sure what this green thing is, what this green thing means on YouTube that just showed with your name on it, but whatever it is, thank you. I'm still trying to figure out how the YouTube stuff works, but thank you. Right. So we're going to select our VPC, which we've done. And here we are going to add our rule under inbound rules. So click add rule here, and we are going to select HTTP. HTTP is on port 80, right? And for the source, we are just going to select here and select anywhere on IPv4. And we are going to do the same thing here, click add rule. And this time we'll select HTTPS. HTTPS is on port 443. And the same thing from the internet anywhere on IPv4. So make sure you select anywhere on IPv4, or in this box, you can type 0.0.0.0/0. It's the same thing. Then scroll down. Outbound rules will be the same, and click create security group. We'll create another security group. And this security group is going to be for the container. So we'll call it DevNest Container Security Group. So the CNTNR, that's my short word for container. So we're going to come back here, click create security group. We'll give it a name, DevNest Container Security Group. We'll give it the same name for the description. We are going to select our VPC and make sure it is your dev VPC. Then add inbound rule. Right, the container security group is also going to allow HTTP traffic on port 80, but then the traffic is going to be limited to the load balancer. So here, you select here and scroll down. Under security group, select your ALB security group. And we are going to do the same thing by adding the HTTPS. Click add rule, and here we are going to select HTTPS, and it is going to be limited to the application load balancer security group. So here we are going to select a load balancer security group. That's all we need to do here. Scroll down, click create security group. We'll create the third security group, which is for our data migrate server. right? So I'll copy this name and I'm going to click security groups here and click create security group. I'll give it a name. Now I'll use the same name as the description. And I'm going to select the VPC. Then click add rule. And this is going to be SSH because the data migrate server, we only need to SSH into it, right? This is going to be SSH. And SSH is on port 22. And for the security group, we are going to limit it to our EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint Security Group, the EICE security group. Then scroll down here, click Create Security Group.
Azeez, can you please repeat what were the inbound and outbound for this last one? Yeah, I kind of got
Okay, so inbound rules, right? So here you are going to just open SSH, add SSH rule, and it is going to be from the source is going to be your EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. The outbound is always the same. So the outbound is just whatever the default one is there, which is you're allowing all traffic on destination 0.0.0/0.
you just created that EC2 instance and endpoint security group.
No, it was the endpoint security group was already in our VPC from the last project.
Okay, yeah, I'm not.
Did you complete the last project?
Yeah, actually, I did. I completed it last night. Yeah.
Okay, so you need to create your endpoint security group, right? So that's the first thing you create before you create this one. So your endpoint
Oh,
security
yeah.
group is here, right? Inbound rule, there's no rule.
Yeah, actually, I have it here. I could see it here. Just when I try to create the data migrate.
Okay.
VPC, inbound, SSH. Okay, yeah, now I see it. I think I wasn't selecting the VPC.
Okay. All right. The last security group we need to create is the database security group. So click create security group. Click create security group, right? Then give it a name. We call it database security group. Paste it here. And I'm going to use the same name for the description. And here, I'm going to select my VPC and click add rule. For database, we are going to allow port on MySQL. MySQL is MySQL and Aurora, select that one. And we are going to limit the first traffic to the container security group because that is what needs to access our database. Then we are going to add another rule, which is on MySQL and Aurora. And we would limit the traffic for that to also be the DMS, the Data Migrate Server Security Group, which is this one. So remember, for this one, we are going to limit the traffic to the Container Security Group and the Data Migrate Server Security Group. and it is MySQL and Aurora. The outbound rule is going to be the same, and we're going to click create security group. And that is that.
Please, can you show that in the architectural diagram? Let me just, I'll be able to connect, if you don't mind, please.
Sure. So the architectural diagram, right? Just a second. Okay. So the architectural diagram, this is it, right? Traffic is coming into our VPC. The last one we just did is we created a security group for the, let me change this to red. We created a security group for the database, right? So ignore this one. So this is our main database we create a security group for. This is just a standby. We won't create a standby. The EC2 instance needs to access the database. So we created a security group where we open 3306, which is the port our database is working on, because we have a MySQL database. And when traffic is coming into our database from 3306, we are limiting it to the container. So that's why we only said we are opening port 3306, but only allow that traffic if it is coming from the container. And we're going to have a database migrate server here that we use to migrate our data. And we pretty much did the same thing for that, because that also needs to access our database. So that's all we did.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Clear. Yeah. All right. We have all of our security groups, and we are done with that. So does anyone else have any question on security groups before we move on?
Yeah, Azeez, just quick question. Can you please just go through, like, just briefly just state out, let's say, like, if we could click on each security group and just state out just to confirm the inbound and outbound again.
Okay.
You know, like security group, just to confirm, because I know if this is not right, there's always a lot of issues in the following steps.
Sure. These are the
To add
security
to
groups.
that, Azeez, we don't have anything like for web security group in here with this one, no, right?
We do. The web server security group is the security group for our EC2. We just called it web server security group, right? In this project, we are not using any EC2. So for the same security group, we called it container security group.
Thank you.
Right. Right. So you should have 5 security groups. The first one is the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. That's from last week. And on that security group, there's no inbound rule. I'm selecting the wrong one. There's no inbound rule. You can see no inbound rule, but there's an outbound rule, which is limited to the CIDR block of your VPC. The next security group is ALB security group. And outbound rule is all traffic, wherever the default is there. And inbound rule should be HTTP and HTTPS from your IP. No, HTTP and HTTPS from the internet. Source is internet. Then the next one is the container security group, which is HTTP and HTTPS, same thing, port 80 and port 443, but this will be limited to the ALB security group. Outbound rule is the same. It's just all traffic wherever the default is. The next one is the data migrate server security group, which is just SSH, and it is limited to the EC2 instance connect endpoint security group. And the last one is the database security group here, which MySQL and Aurora 3306 limited to your container security group and your DMS security group. David, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to clarify this so I don't get it confused when I'm making my notes. Do you know from last week, we obviously used EC2 servers and we had to create the security groups. Now we're using Fargate. So does that mean we're deploying through a serverless resource?
No, we're still using a server.
Fargate.
We're still using a server.
Okay. But the Fargate is serving as our service, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We get it now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's not serverless, it's still server, but the only difference
It's still
is
server.
like AWS is managing it. We are not managing
Yeah. Manage. All right. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, it's still servers. So pretty much for the security groups is the same thing as what we did for the last project. Is you could have this as your web. You can still call this web. I only just call it container since we are using container. I try to be specific, right? You can still call it web. It's the same, and use it. It's still going to work. It's the same thing. So I did that, and this is the link to the project web files. I've already sent it to you guys' email, so all the information should be in your email. If you guys don't have it, check your email. All right. The next thing we are going to do is, once we are done with our security group, is we are going to create our RDS, and then we'll create our RDS, then we'll store the credentials for the RDS in Secret Manager. With this project, I took a different approach with how we use Secret Manager, and you guys will see that shortly. So just note that. So that's what we are going to do next, create our RDS instance, then whatever credentials we create for the RDS instance, we will store it in Secret Manager. So let's go to the management console, and here we would type RDS in the search box and select RDS under services. The first thing we are going to create is our database subnet group. You guys might probably still have it because we didn't delete it last week. I deleted mine, so I can show you guys how to create it again. So if you still have yours from last week, it's fine, leave it. So we'll click on subnet groups and create database subnet group. We'll give it a name, and here I'm going to call it DevNest subnet group. So all the names we are going to use for all the resources, you can find them in the naming convention here. So I'm going to paste the name here, and I'll use the same name as the description. And we'll select the VPC, which is our dev VPC. Then we will add the subnets. So here, click availability zone. Remember, in my region that I'm using for this project, which is US East 1, my availability zones are US East 1A and US East 1B. So wherever your availability zone you selected when you created your VPC, that's what you will add here. Then under subnets, in our availability zone, US East 1A, we are going to select our private data EZ1 because that's the subnet we want to use for our database. Then in the US East 1B, we are going to select our private data EZ2 and click out here. So you should have private data EZ1, private data EZ2. And scroll down. You should see that information here and click create. We've created the subnet group. Next, we are going to create the database. So click databases, click create database, and it is going to be MySQL. Let's scroll down. Under engine version, we are going to select whatever the latest version is here, which is 8.4.7. Then let's scroll down. Here, we are going to select the free tier. And the free tier only allows you to create just your main database, which is fine. That's all we need. Then let's scroll down. For the database instance identifier name, I'm going to call it DevNestDB. So I'm just going to copy that name there and paste it here. Then scroll down. For the database credentials, we are going to, last week we picked manage in Secret Manager, but this time we are just going to pick self-manage. And I will explain why I'm doing this, right? We're going to pick self-manage, and to make everything easier, just click auto-generate password here. So it is going to automatically generate the password for you. You don't have to worry about what password you need to come up with, but we'll get that password once we create our RDS, we'll get the password. So click auto-generate password here and scroll down. Under instance configuration, you can select include previous generation classes here, and here select the DB T3 micro. And once you've done that, scroll down. Under storage, we'll leave this as default. Scroll down. Connectivity, we'll leave this as default, but the only thing we need to change here is our VPC. So select this drop down and select your dev VPC. Scroll down. Under subnet group, it has already selected our subnet group. If you have multiple subnet groups, they will show up. So make sure you select the right one. So the one we are using for this project is the DevNest subnet group. Under public access, we'll leave all this as default. Security group, we are going to choose an existing security group, then remove the default and select your database security group. Once you select your database security group, click out, and you'll see the security group here. Then availability zone preference. This is whatever availability zone you want to create your database in. So it can be East 1A, East 1B, it doesn't matter. So I'll pick East 1A because that's what is on my reference architecture. And let's scroll down. Everything else here, we'll leave it as default. So just continue scrolling all the way down. All this, we'll leave it as default until you get to additional configuration. Under additional configuration, select this drop down. And here, you need to enter the name for your database. That's very important because if you don't enter one, then you won't create a database in your RDS instance. So here, the name of the database is application DB. You can call it whatever you want, but for this project, that's what I'm calling it, and paste it here. So once you enter the name, application DB, the database, scroll all the way down. Everything else stays default. Scroll all the way down and click create database. We have successfully created the database, right? I'm going to close this. It is creating the database now, but don't click out of this page yet and don't close this yet, right? Because here we are going to get the password that we will use to connect to our database. So here, if you click View Connection Details, you will get your database username and database password. So this is what we need to connect our RDS to Secret Manager. So make sure you don't close this. Click this now, and you should get your database username and your password. It won't be exposed, but it is there. When you copy this, you'll be able to use it. So first, I'm just going to click out of here for now. Then I'm going to right click here and open new tab, new AWS tab, right? Then on my RDS page, I'm going to click that again. This is very important. Don't click out of it, because once you click away from it, you won't be able to get your database information. So this is very important that you stay here for now until we connect it to Secret Manager. Then you can click out of there. So once you open this, now go to that new tab. Here, we are going to go to Secret Manager. So type secrets, you should see Secret Manager here under services, select it. Right. Then here, we are going to click store a new secret. Then under secret type, it is going to be credentials for RDS database. And we might have to wait because our RDS is not showing here. So let's just wait for the RDS to be in a state where it is created. But very important, don't click out, or just to be redundant, you can copy this password by clicking this box and paste it somewhere in a notepad. But all the same, don't click out until our RDS is done, until we have added the credentials into Secret Manager, right? So the reason why I'm doing it this way is because the first method we used last week is a good method. But when the Secret Manager, the secrets gets created in Secret Manager, I want to use that same secret. I want to be able to add my own secrets to it. Like, for example, in this project, we have a personal access token. I want to add that personal access token to my secret instead of creating another secret and storing it there. But because AWS is automatically managing that secret when the first one we used last week, it won't allow you to add your own secrets to it. So that's why I pretty much moved away from using that method. Now we are using this method, which
Sorry,
when
quick. What if you were restoring from a snapshot? How do we go about that?
restoring your RDS from a snapshot,
Hmm?
you just have to go to your snapshots and you'll see
Yeah.
your snapshots there, and you use your snapshot to create a database.
It doesn't give you the view connection. It doesn't give you the option to see your password.
Yes, because you are not creating a new RDS. In order to do what we are doing now, you have to create a new RDS.
Oh. So we can't use that snapshot, is basically what you're saying.
No, I'm not using the snapshot for this project. So if you want to do what we are doing here, you can create from your snapshot, but you will have to know whatever password that snapshot has for your RDS, which is whatever. If you are using the same snapshot from last week, it would be whatever the password is.
Yeah. Okay.
Azeez,
Yes, sir.
there are some people that wants to get in.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is it
I don't see anybody in the meeting. Maybe they dropped. You can please tell them to join back, and I'll add them. So I just put this here. I'll put this here.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah. So in order to follow along, you have to pretty much
Quickly.
create a new RDS. But if you choose to use the same snapshot from last week, you just have to. All you need is to know your password from last week. Well, someone else said something.
Yes. I know we're going this route with the password, but I want to ask, like in the password we did not, create. Is it a good practice if you wanted to create a password instead of using the self word that we are at right now?
Yeah, you can create your own password, it's fine, but this method, either one is fine. At the end, you get the connection details here that will show you your password once. So it's a much easier and straightforward way. That's why I'm using that. But if you want to create your own password, you can create your own password.
Azeez, real quick, can you reiterate why we're going through this secrets manager route again? Through this this secrets manager. Is it like you didn't want to run it via like a command or?
No. So I'm going to answer everyone's question, but I want to get through the I want to let us connect our RDS to Secret Manager, then I'll answer everyone's question, right? So the RDS is available now. So in Secret Manager, when you create a secret, right, it will be credentials for RDS database, right? And here, I'm just going to cancel and start again, so that way we can see. So we can store a new secret. It will be credentials for RDS database. Then under credentials here, it is asking for your RDS username. So if you click that connection details here, your username is admin. Copy this, paste it here. Then password, come here, copy this, and paste it here. Right? So once you do that, you'll see the RDS down here. Then select the RDS, right? Because this is the credential. You need to prove that you have access to it. Once you put the credential, you see here, select it and click next. Then here, you'll give it a name. So let's use the same name. We can call it DevNet Secret. Call it any name you want, but call it that name. Paste it here. Then you can put it at the description, secrets for Nest app. That's something, right? Then scroll down and click next. This is option to automatically rotate your secret. We don't want to do that. So we just leave that as default, click next. And here, review and click store. So now I've created the secret, right? What did I call it? Well, it's not here. I'm just going to refresh. So DevNet secret is right here. I'm going to select it. In this secret now, if you click retrieve secret value, here you will see all the information on your RDS, right? So it gives you more than what we have last week. It gives you your admin, your username, your password, the engine, the endpoint, the port, the DB name, and the database instance identifier. So it pretty much gives you all the names here. For one, this is one of the reasons why I'm using this method, because it gives you more than what we had last week. So last week, if you did the automatic one, it only gave you the username and password for your RDS. This method gives you pretty much all the information you will need if you ever need to connect to that RDS instance. That is one. But the main reason why we are using this method, like to answer your question, is that I want to also use this same secret, DevNet secret. I want to also use the same secret to store other secrets for this project. I don't want to have to create another secret somewhere else and call it something. Since this is the secret for this project, I want to be able to edit this secret and store other secrets in there. So for example, and you guys will see that once we get to that step. So for example, if I want to what we will store in this project, another secret we will store is our personal access token. So I can click edit here and click add plain here, and I can add another secret here, and it will show up here. The reason why this is a better approach is because it allows you to store other secrets that you want to store for the project in the same secret. And this also has the feature to rotate your secret, to automatically rotate your secret for you, right? Which is here. So we can enable this and it will rotate our secret. And also the benefit about that is when I enable to rotate my secret, it is only going to rotate the RDS password, the things it originally created. Any additional secret I create, it is not going to automatically rotate it for me, which is what I want. So my personal access token is static. I don't want that to change, so it is not going to rotate it for me. But the RDS password, if you ever need to rotate it, you can enable that feature here and it will rotate it for you. So that's why we are going this route. There is not a better route. So someone asks, someone asks, is this a better approach? I like this approach for what I'm trying to do. It works for me because with this approach, I can have one secret for my project, and in that secret, I can store additional secrets that I want for the project. If I was to use the other one we used last week, I can't manage that secret because AWS is managing it. AWS is managing it for us, right? So I can't manage that secret.
So Azeez,
That's the difference.
So Azeez, is it right to say pretty much the reason why you're doing this is, let's say if you wanted to retrieve, let's say like the database information, wherein you initially would have to go into the database, the configuration tab, and get all this information, and then personal access token, you'll go into like different places. Instead of doing that, you want to have like a one-stop shop where you have all your secrets, all your information in there. You can go in and just get that.
Correct. That's a good way to look at it.
Okay.
Yes, but regardless, your RDS credentials should be stored in your database. I mean, your RDS credentials should be stored in the secrets, whether it's Secret Manager, wherever secrets you want to use to store it, right? But the second part to that is what you said, right? This method allows me to have a one-stop shop that gives me all the information I need for my RDS. If there's ever anything that needs to connect to my RDS, I get all the information here. And in addition to this, I can add my own additional secrets here.
Okay,
so I can continue growing this list.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah. So that's the benefit from using this. And it still has the same feature as the one we had last week where you can still automatically rotate your secret, enabling it here. And it's pretty much the same exact thing, but I feel like this is better. All right. So that's that. And we are done with the RDS here. So now once you can see all your secrets here, close this. And that is that. Okay. Does anyone else have any question on RDS before we move on?
With the configuration to configure the rotation, did you toggle that automatic rotation on?
No, don't toggle it on.
Okay.
You don't need to do that. Okay. But I'm just showing you that it is there if you ever need to do it. At work, you guys will see it there.
At work, at a job, the RDS, they're gonna have their own secrets, right? Or this is gonna be our own personal secret. If we was to get a job and they have their own RDS already managed and everything, they're gonna have their own secrets in the RDS, right?
Yes, wherever they choose to store it. It could be they'll have an RDS secret, probably store in Secret Manager, perimeter store, wherever they choose to store it. Yeah.
So the secrets, is it for multiple projects that are stored into this Secret Manager or just for a single project?
In this one, we are storing just one secret for one project.
But subsequently, can additional secrets for different projects be stored in the same Secret Manager? Or
Yes,
new one
but
has
I
to be
wouldn't.
created?
Yes, but no. The answer is no. but unless if you manually store it, but I wouldn't store multiple secrets for different projects in one secret. Just create another secret for that
Secret
project.
manager. Okay.
Yeah. Namdi, thank you. Yes, that's exactly. That's why we are going this method. So,
So when you're talking
so
about rotation now, what exactly are we rotating from one to the other? What exactly are we rotating? You know, because since we're using the secret manager for one single project, what are we actually rotating here?
we don't have it enabled. We are not rotating our secrets, but I'm showing you that this feature is here. If you ever need to rotate it at work, they're going to have this toggled on.
Okay.
So we are not rotating anything here. So we are just using this method, but I'm showing you guys that if you ever need to rotate your secrets, this method also has the feature to rotate your secret.
That's it. Okay, cool.
Go ahead, Mr. Wiley.
Yeah, please, this secret that you just created, is it for every member of the admin group or the database group, or just for a specific person?
No, this is the secret for the RDS database. This is the secret for this RDS.
Yes, what I'm saying is that if we're like a 5 in a group now as a database admin, is it the same secret that we will be using to access the database, or everybody will have their own secret?
No, it's the same secret because it is the secret for this RDS. So anyone that's trying to get into this RDS, that is the credentials they have to use.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Haman, go ahead.
Azeez, I got a little bit lost during the process of storing a new secret at the configure the rotation step.
You don't have, there's no, here we are not configuring a rotation, right?
Okay.
So that part, don't toggle it on, just click next, right?
All right.
So let
Thank
me
you.
show you again. So here, click store new secret, enter your credentials, right? So here, let me see if I can go next. So say it won't let me unless I enter my username and password. So once you enter your username and password, then on the next page, just enter the name for your secret and the description and just click next all the way to creating it. On the rotating part, we are not enabling it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Ade, go ahead. So there's Ade. Ade, do you have a question? You might still be on mute. Okay, I'm not sure. So, yeah, in case if you are speaking, we can't hear you. You're probably still on mute. All right, cool. I'm just gonna move on. We are done with that. So the next thing we need to do is migrate our data, our SQL data into the RDS database, right? So it's the same thing as last week, right? For the last week's project, where we have the SQL file we migrated into the RDS database. So we're just going to do the same exact thing. I'm not even going to run it manually. This time we're just going to use our user data. So the script, I included it in the asset for today, but you guys already have it connected to, you already have it stored in our in S3 from last week. So just to open it again, so this is the script, right? This is the script. In this script, the only thing you have to change is here. So we need to add the S3 URI where our SQL file is located, our RDS endpoint, our RDS DB name, username. The flyway version, you can leave that as the same. our secret name, and that's all we need to do. Then when we launch our EC2 instance, we'll upload the script in there. So it's the same exact script from last week that we used to migrate our data. So for time purpose, we don't have to cover this again because we already did it last week, and you guys also had an assignment to practice it. So this is the same script from last week that we used to migrate our data, right? So the only thing is we just need to enter our information here. So first, let's go to our S3 bucket where we store that secret. Let's go to our S3 bucket where we store the SQL file. So here, I'm just going to open a new tab here, and I'm going to go to S3. And while we are here, there's also a cleanup that I want you guys to do. So let's just do the cleanup together. In S3, find the bucket you are using for this project. This is the bucket, right? You see how we just have we've been using the same bucket for pretty much the entire class. And we are just storing every file here. I don't like this. It's kind of like messy. So let's do the cleanup now. We are going to create the different folders for different projects, and we are going to put the right assets for those projects in the right folder. And this also gives me the opportunity to show you guys that you can create a folder within your S3 and organize any objects you have in there. So let's create the first folder by clicking. Once you are in your S3 bucket, click create folder here. Then for the folder name, let's call this one project 1. So you can see it's kind of like even showing here. I'll just select this project 1 asset, right? But in the midst of you creating that project 1, don't have a space there. So use like an hyphen, project -1 assets, like this. The reason why it is good to enter it like this is because if you have a space in there, when AWS won't automatically close that gap for you, and when we try to use the link to download, you will have issue. So make sure you don't have a space there. So do it exactly like this, project 1 assets, right? Then scroll all the way down and click create folder. Before you do that, you can copy this and just click create folder. And let's do the same thing for project 2. So I'm going to click create folder, and I'm just going to paste what I copied there, and I'm going to just change this to 2. Project 2 assets, and click create folder. So we have folder for project 1, folder for project 2, right? So let's select that project 1 folder. And once you select that project 1 folder, here where properties is, if you select here, you will see the S3 URI. So click this box to copy it. Once you copy it, come back to your bucket level by clicking your bucket name here. It will bring you back here, right? So our project 1 asset is this Jupyter.zip, right? So what we are going to do is select it, select just that Jupyter.zip. Then here, you can select actions and click move. And here, paste that URI for that project 1 folder you copied. Once you paste it here, scroll down and click move. And click close. So now, if we go back, you can see in our bucket level, we don't have that Jupyter. And if you click in project 1 asset, it is there. So we'll do the same thing for project 2. We'll come back to our bucket level, select your project 2 asset folder, click properties, click here to copy it, then come back to your bucket level, and now select your nest zip, nest app, service provider, right? And your SQL file. You can select all 3, then you select action, move. The destination will be the URI for your project 2 assets, right? Then here, click move. And click close. So now in our project 2, we can see everything, all the assets we use there. It's just a much organized way. So that way in the future, you can now we'll create, like for now, you can even create asset, project 3 assets, whatever we need to put in there, we'll put in there. Also, the reason why I have this name here is not really an important thing, but it is something I want to point out. The reason why I have just a second, guys. The reason why I have this next app service provider.php here is because since I was using the same bucket to store everything, I was differentiating the app service provider file by just adding my own nest to it to identify. But since we have separate the folder, you can rename this if you want. It's just the name of the file is just supposed to be app service provider, right? You can rename it. So here I can select this file. I can under action, I can click rename object, right? And instead of calling it nest app service provider.php, I can just call it app service provider.php. It's really not important, but in the future projects, I did update it. So I removed that nest app service provider. If you guys want to remove it, fine. If you want to keep it, fine. Since most of you have it, I'm just going to keep it. It's not going to break anything. Right. But since it's up to you, right? But I already changed it for future project.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Why do you have to create a or move those file to another location?
We are just cleaning up.
Okay. So are you deleting those ones?
No, I didn't delete anything. Initially, all the files we've been using for project 1, project 2, we stored it in the same S3 bucket.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
right?
you're just creating a new bucket and okay, I got it.
No, so we're storing all the files we've been using in the same S3 buckets. You can see I'm still in that same bucket. All the files are here. Let me show you.
Okay.
So in this bucket, I've been storing files. So let's say all these lines are files. And these files are like for project 1, project 2, project 3. I'm just storing all the files here. By the time we get to project 8, you will have a bucket that has a bunch of files. And in the future, when you try to go back to look at it, it's not going to make sense what is what.
Okay.
So in the same bucket, I'm still in the same bucket. I created a folder for project 1, and I put all the files for the project 1 border, project 1 in that folder. And I created a folder for project 2, and I put all the files relating to project 2 in there. So we just did a quick cleanup.
Okay.
Before everything gets out of hand.
Okay, understand.
So you guys don't have to, I recommend doing it, but so all we did here is we created a folder for project 1, and you can see asset for project 1 is stored in there. And we created a folder for project 2, and asset for project 2 is in there. So that's all we did. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is update our script, like I was saying. So here we need to update our script. So first thing we need to do is get our S3 URI for the SQL script, right? So we uploaded that. That is from project 2. So if you want to, it's the same SQL script. If you want to upload it to project 3 folder, you can do that. But we already used it in project 2 because it's the same application we are deploying. We are just deploying it on a container now. So I want you to just go to your project 2 assets, open that SQL script. So just click everything until you open your SQL file here. Then click the URI here. Click here to copy the URI. Remember I said when you are naming your folder, if you choose to name your folder, make sure you don't leave a space there, because if you leave a space there, your URI will be broken here with a space. So that's why it is very important to hyphenate it. So I'm going to copy my S3 URI here, and I'm going to go to my script, update that here. Then the next thing I'm going to do is update my RDS endpoint. For that one, we are going to go to Secrets Manager. We'll select our secret for this project. I called it Dev Nest Secret. Then once you're in that secret, click Review Secrets, right? The RDS endpoint is here. I'm going to copy it, come back to my script, paste it here. RDS DB name, it is also in our secret. DB name is right here, copy it, and in your script, paste it there. The next one is RDS username, right? It's also in our secrets. Username is here, copy it and paste it here. The next one is Flyway. We will leave that Flyway version there. And if you guys want to get the latest Flyway version, it is in your project. The link to that Flyway documentation is in your project information. So we'll just leave that. We'll leave it at 11.15.0 as of this time of this recording. So the next is the secret name. So let's go back to our secret, scroll up here. Our secret name is here. So wherever you named your secret, copy this and back to your script, paste it here.
Azeez, if I use an upgraded version of Flyway in the previous project, can I still leave it as this version?
You mean a different Flyway version?
Yes, I used the .17
That's
in the
fine.
last project.
You can
So
leave
should
it.
I? Okay.
You can leave it. Yeah, it still work the same way. If that's the last one you use and work, it will fine. This one will work too. Then the region is going to be US East 1. For my project, wherever region your secret is stored in. So my secret is stored in US East 1. Whatever region you are using for this your project where your secret is stored, that is what you enter here under secrets. I mean, under AWS region. And that's all you need to do here. So I want you to save this file. Don't change anything here.
Sorry, Azeez, could you go through that one more time?
Go through which part? Everything.
Everything, please, because I'm running a bit behind you.
Okay. So once you open your script, the only information you need to update is here. So the first one is the URI of where your SQL file is located in S3. So go to S3. Go to S3 bucket, your S3 bucket. Find that SQL script. Sorry, clicking the wrong thing. Go to S3, find that SQL script. You can see the SQL script is here. It's the V1. It should be the V1 _ nest _ SQL. Click that script. You'll get the URI for it, which is the address of that script in your S3 bucket. It's here. Copy it and paste it here. The next one is your RDS endpoint. That is in our secrets, or you can find it in RDS. But since we stored it in our secret, it helps us create a one-stop shop for all that information. My RDS endpoint is here. I'll copy it, and that is what we pasted here. Next one is RDS DB name. That is also in our secrets. DB name is right here. So copy this and paste it here. RDS username, also in our secrets. Username is here, copy it and And that is what we pasted here. The Flyway version, you can use this version as of now. 11.15 will work. And also, the next one is the secret name. So the secret we are using is here, dev next secret. Copy that name, paste it here. And the region where the secret is stored. My secret is stored in USS 1. And that is what you enter here.
So the URI is the project too, right?
That's where the URI is wherever the URI where you are storing it, right? You just need to get the URI of this file in your S3 bucket, this file. So wherever this file is, this is the same file from project 2. That's why I am getting it from there. Do you understand? So this file needs to be in your S3 bucket, and wherever, just once you upload this file to your S3 bucket, click on it, you will get the proper URI. So this is the address for my URI. You can use the same one as mine. You just have to find this file in your S3 bucket. Once you find it and open it, you will get the proper URI for it.
Okay.
Shadi, I'm not sure what you are talking about. I'm not sure what you're. Are you asking a question or you stating something? I don't know what you typed, what that means. Okay. So we've updated our script, right? Now let's launch. So what we are doing next is here. So we have our RDS instance. We have our RDS instance here. So now we are going to launch an EC2 instance here. The script we just created, we would, I'm sorry guys, when I do repeat myself, it's because something is probably distracting me. Maybe someone typed the comment that I saw or someone is trying to join. The script we just created, when we launch this EC2 instance, we would upload that script in the user data and it will automatically migrate our SQL file into the RDS. Last week, I already showed you guys how to do it manual, the manual way, right? This week, for time's sake, because we still haven't, right now, we're still setting up the initial stuff. We still haven't touched anything Docker related. So I want to just get past, we don't have to go through the manual process for this, but our script, we've tested it last week, it works. The only thing we did this week is updated the right information for our RDS and all that stuff. And we should migrate into, we use that to migrate into RDS, right? And we should be done with that part. So
it's migrating from the S3 bucket into the RDS.
no, it is not. It is migrating from the EC2 into the RDS, just like I'm showing it here.
Oh.
Your S3 bucket is right here, right? So this is how the whole process works. Your S3 bucket is right here, and your EC2 is here. When we run the script, what is happening is the file you have here, we are just copying the file to the server. Then once the file we copy it to the server, from the server, we are migrating it here.
Okay.
So we are not sending it directly from here to here.
No, I got you right. Got you now. Yeah. Okay. So based on the URL we copied, so it's gonna, copy from the S3 bucket into this
It's going to copy it, yes, from the
Right.
S3 bucket into the server.
Server, yeah. And
And from
there
the
to
server, when we run Flyway will take
have
it,
to
that file,
migrate.
and migrate it into the RDS.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. Close. All right, cool. So make sure all your information for your script is the same. Then, I mean, you've not the same, but you've entered all the right information for your script. Then let's go to EC2 here. So I'm going to type EC2 in the search box and select EC2 under services. Then we are going to click launch instance. Give the instance a name. We'll call it dev db migrate, or you can call it any name. The name is not that important, but I'm just still using, since I prepared a naming convention for you guys, so we're using the same naming convention. So paste it here. Under application and OS image, we'll use Amazon Linux. It is going to be Amazon Linux 2023. The instance type, let's use T2 micro. And key pair, we are not going to use any key pair. Proceed without a key pair, because we can use the endpoint to connect to it if we need to. Then under network settings, edit here, and we are going to select our dev VPC. Subnets, we are going to select any of our private app subnets. So I'll select dev private app easy1. Firewall security groups, we are going to choose an existing security group, select here, and select the DMS security group. So it's the database migrate server security groups, if I can find it, this one, dev DMS security group. Then scroll down. Under advanced details, select here. And under IAM instance profile, select this drop down, and you want to select your role from last week. This is a role from last project. So we kept it. I told you guys not to delete it. It is the role that we created for S3 and Secret Manager. It allows us to retrieve our secret from Secret Manager and also copy something from an S3 bucket. So select that role. So once you select that role, that's all we need. No, that's not all we need. So once you select the role, scroll down, scroll all the way down. And under the user data option, we are going to copy our script. So this is the script. Select Control A to select everything. When you are selecting your script, make sure you select everything without changing anything, or just don't change anything. So all I did on Windows is Control A, and on Mac is Command A. So once you select Control A or Command A, it copies everything, or you can select everything by yourself, right? So once you select everything like that, I'm going to copy it. And now I'm going to come back here and paste it here. Remember, at the top of the script, there's bin bash there. That is very important. And we have our script. Then we're just going to click launch instance once we've done that. So this will complete the whole process of migrating our data for us. As the EC2 instance is coming up, it is running the script and it is migrating our data into the RDS database. And we are done with that migrating part because we already did it last week. We need to migrate our data for this project. Maybe when we do next week's project, we will use our snapshot. So that way I'll show you guys the snapshot. I'll think about it. So that way, that's one less thing we have to do.
So Azeez, as opposed to SSHing into that EC2 instance and then run that script line by line, we took everything now, put it in the user data. As the EC2 instance is coming up, it's migrating data for us now.
Yes, it is running the script and migrating the data. Yes, correct.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right, so here, if I click, I can scroll down here and click view all instances, and you'll see your EC2 instance here, but it is doing the job. We will know whether everything is done correctly when we launch, when our application is fully deployed and we try to access our site. If our site works, we know the data migrated successful. If it does not work, then we can come back to troubleshoot. So for now, leave your database server like that. If you've done everything right, and if I've done everything right, everything should be okay. All right.
Yes, where you have the AMI when you're trying to configure now to launch the EC2 instance. It says owned by me, and then they have the AMI, but I'm trying to select one of those, and it's
No, so
stuff will be.
launch instance, right? You need to be on either quick start tab or you're probably on recent or something. So click on this quick start tab.
Yeah.
And you should select Amazon Linux.
Because when I did that, it says AMI is required. That's why I asked the question.
Are you on EC2 instance launch instance? I think you're on somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm on the launch instance.
Launch instance, right? So let's go back together. Launch instance. You enter your instance name. Under application and OS images, you select quick start.
Yeah. So it's right under there. It says I should on AMI is required. That's why.
So can you share your screen, or you're using something else? You're using like
I can share. I can share. One
right.
second. Did you get it?
Okay, let me stop. Hello. Try sharing it again. Okay, it's coming up.
Here. Right here. So here we are. And then the name, quick start, and then here.
So I'm not sure. Refresh your entire page. There you go. So you can see it there now, it's showing up.
Okay, so it was here. All right.
Okay.
Got you. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. I'm just going to give you a second, right, to launch, upload your script, and that should be done. So in the meantime, does anyone else have any question? Right, once you are done, let me know. I will move on. All right, on YouTube, does anyone else have any question? So I guess I'll say I'll use the opportunity while Wright is still working on this thing. So for those that are on YouTube, I decided, because initially when I put the request out, I got like close to like 700 requests. So when I'm preparing the information, right, sometimes preparing the information takes a long time. It literally takes me like 5 days to you guys see all the information I put in that, just trying to make sure everything is covered. One thing about me is if I'm doing something for you or I'm teaching you something, I'm not going to take shortcut. I'll teach you the same exact way I'm teaching someone that paid me for it. So you guys can see the only difference is you guys just are asking your questions from YouTube. So it takes a long time to prepare the information. I have over 700 people. and I'm sending all the information to the 700 people, right? But consistently, it's the same people that I'm seeing showing up here. So I've decided it's kind of like too much time to be sending it to the same people, and I'm not getting response from them because as of now, I'm still going off the original form that was filled. So what I'm going to do every week is I'm going to have like kind of like an attendance thing that you guys have to fill out, right? So all you just need to do is put your email there, your email on that form. I really don't have one now for today, but maybe at the end, if you are still here, please stay to the end. Or if you are not staying to the end, I need to figure out where I need to do it. Just email me your email, right? So if you're not going to stay to the end and you're already here and you're hearing what I'm saying now, just email me here. Just send me your email.
So
right.
is that information applicable to
that's not applicable to you guys that pay. It's for people that are watching for free.
Okay, thanks.
So this is my email. You guys, if you're going to leave at some point, you're already here, email me here your email, just your email. So what I'm going to do is moving forward, only people that have been following along with the projects and are always present, those are the only people I'm going to send the information to. I'm not going to continue sending it to 700 people because it's just taking more of my time than I need to. For me, I don't care if it's one or two people I have. Whoever is dedicated to learning is who I want to focus on teaching as well. So that's how we're going to do it moving forward. But I don't have to form for the attendance today, but next week I'm going to have the attendance and you guys can use it next week, starting next week. But for today, if you're not going to stay to the end, email me at my email, your email, so I can just add you to the list. And if you're staying at the end, I will get everyone's information, so that way I can send the information to you next week. Thank you, guys. Okay, right. Are we done?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So the next thing we are going to do is we are getting to the Docker part. So the initial stuff we did is the setup, right? So now I'm going to show you guys how to set up AWS CLI on your computer. Remember, last week we kind of touched up on it a little bit, but AWS CLI, just think of it this way. In AWS, we logged into the management console with our username and password, and everything we've been doing is we've been clicking launch EC2 instance, create S3 bucket, and all those things, right? The same way you can log into the management console and click do this, do that. AWS also has another way where you can create resources in your AWS account without logging in the management console. So they have multiple methods, but the two main ones we will talk about, one we are already doing when we log into the management console. The other way is a programmatic way. And let me show you from a reference architecture standpoint. From a reference architecture standpoint, the other way, the programmatic way is this is you. You are the admin, you are here. And this is your computer. You can set up things on your computer, which is the AWS CLI. Once you set up the AWS CLI on your computer, you can run AWS command from your computer without logging into your management console to create NAT Gateway. You can run AWS CLI command to create VPC. You can run a command to create S3 bucket. You can run a command to create your Fargate container. You can run a command to create RDS, right? Basically, anything you've done in the management console so far, anything, and I mean absolutely anything, there's a CLI command for it that you can run from your computer without logging into your management console to do the same thing. So that's the simplest way to explain AWS CLI, right? So I'm going to clear my screen here. And the other part I want to mention is that in your project information, I've included the AWS CLI documentation here. So you can see this is the documentation, right? Here, if you scroll all the way down, you can see all the different services that are in AWS that also in CLI. Any service you can create, EC2 is here. So when I run the AWS CLI command, I usually don't come to the documentation like this, but I'm showing you where that the documentation does exist. And if you want to get the command, you need to run to do anything. So if you click on EC2, these are the different things you can run the command from. Associate a route table, things like that. So when I run the command, I usually don't go like this to the documentation. It's just be descriptive. So if you want to launch an EC2 instance, just type AWS CLI command launch EC2, right? When you type that, Google, the good thing about Google's AI, it will show you what the CLI command is, right? Or if you select this AWS documentation here, you can see this one. It will take you to the exact exact location of that command in AWS CLI documentation, right? You can see all you have to do is run AWS run instance, and these are all the different options that you can add to that command. So it's just like when you are launching an instance, right? Remember when we launch our EC2 instance, we have to select things like AMI, this and AMI, subnet, and all that stuff. So that's what you are saying here. This is the actual command. Then you have to include all the additional configuration, like what subnet you want to launch it in, right? So that's when you use things like AMI for the AMI, you want to use AMI ID. Use things like security group ID for the security group you want to use. Subnet ID for the subnet you want to. So all these things you are seeing here are just additional things you have to add to the command to tell you, okay, I'm trying to launch an EC2 in this subnet with this security group. You understand what I mean? So the same thing you do in the management console. When you go and launch an EC2, you are selecting your AMI things. So I'm just giving you the like a basic overall of like what the AWS CLI means. You will never use CLI to launch an EC2 instance because we have other tools that can do that. But it's just an example, just to give you an overview. So you guys read more on it. So we'll be using some parts of CLI, running some commands. And when we get to that part, you will see what I mean. So I just want to briefly explain what AWS CLI means. And next, we are going to now set up. I'll show you how to set up your AWS CLI, which is where we are now. And you will now, once you set up your CLI, you'll be able to launch anything in AWS using your CLI. To set up our CLI command, let's go to IAM, and we will create a user in IAM. So in the management console, type IAM and select IAM under services. Then in your IAM, I want you to click users. We are just going to create another user for this project, another user in our account that we will use, right? So this user, we can call it cloud user, cloud project, and we'll use this user for all of our, anytime we need to run AWS CLI command in our project, this user, we'll use this user's credential. So we click create user and give the user a name. For that user, I said, let's call it cloud project. So here, I'm going to paste it here, cloud project user. And here it is asking, do you want to give the user management console? No, we are not giving the user management console. We only want to use this user to run our command strictly just to run programmatic commands, the AWS CLI command. So give your user a name. click next. And here we are going to give the user permission. We want to give the user administrator access because administrator for our project, that's what we want. So that way, anything we are trying to access, we are able to access it. But at work, the scope of the user will be limited to your role. So if you are a DevOps engineer, they will only limit the scope of your policy to what you need as a DevOps engineer at your company. But for our project, we're just going to use admin. So click attach policies directly, right? Then here, you should see administrator access here. Check this box. If you don't see it here, you can type AD. If you type AD, it will show up here. Just check the administrator access here. Scroll down and click next. Then on this page, you can review it. We have a user we are creating called Cloud Project. I only call it Cloud Project. So when you see that user, you know all your projects, CLI, this is the user we will use. And we are giving the user administrator access. Then click Create User. We've created the user, is right here. Once you create the user, click that user's name and click that user's name. Once you are select the user, click Security and Credentials tab here. Then scroll down here. Under Access Key, click Create Access Key. Then here, select Command Line, CLI. Once you select CLI, scroll down, click I understand, and click Next. Here, we can give it a description. We are not going to enter any description here, so click Create Access Key. So when you create a user with programmatic access, right? When you create your CLI access key, AWS will create an access key, which you are seeing here, and a secret access key. Think of this as your username and password. The same way you log into the management console, right? And you enter your username and password. When you want to do things programmatically, these are the username. Consider this access key your username, and consider the secret key your password. These are the username and password. These are the username and password you will use to log into your management console. These are the username. I'm sorry, someone typed something, so it distracted me. These are the username and password you use to run your AWS command. So Namdi, if you want to do that security credentials thing again, so here, let me open a new tab. So you select your users here. You select your user after you create it, right? Once you select your user, you want to come to the Security Credentials tab. On the Security Credentials tab, scroll down. Here, you are going to see Access Key. Click Create Access Key. Then, you will select Command Line Interface. Then, accept the confirmation here. Click Next, and you just click Create Access Key, and it will create it for you. And that should bring you here. So, Gideon, the DB migration script, that is not the script for those. If you don't have a domain name, you can still use that script. The script that is the script that I was supposed to use, show you guys. If you don't have a domain name, is the deployment script for the application itself, not the migration script. So the migration script, you can still use it, right? So for some of you guys, are you guys in Nigeria? Like, if you don't have a domain name, but how did you guys set up your account to because AWS will not let you create resources in your account without putting some type of payment option. So I'm not in Nigeria or any other parts of the world. I'm not sure how it works there. So how are you guys setting up your account where you are still able to create resources? And I can also help with the domain name. You know what I'm going to do? I can buy some gift card for you guys if you need, because you really need the domain name to be able to complete the project, especially even today, right? There's no work around today's one. You need a domain name. So if you can afford one, I can get a gift card for you guys. You guys just let me know if you need it. I can get maybe I'll sponsor like 10 people and I'll just get the domain names for you guys, because I think it's like we have up to like 30 people here, and it's just some of you guys. So just email me and I can schedule a time to meet up with you guys and help you guys get past that domain name. Because you just need to register at one time. It's cost you like $15 and you use it for a whole year to do all your projects. So if you can afford it, I will encourage you guys to get it. I don't think it's not something you should be cheap about, but if you can't absolutely afford it, let me know, email me. I can get a gift card for you that you can use. Right. Yeah, but for the script, the migration script, that is just for the database. It won't affect anything with you not having a domain. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. So we are right here. Once you create your AWS CLI, access key and secret access key, AWS will give you this. So the next thing you need to do is configure this information on your computer. Then that would automatically allow you to be able to run AWS CLI command. So to configure this on your computer, open the terminal on your computer. So if you are using Windows, open PowerShell. If you are using Mac, open your Mac terminal. Remember, I sent the list of softwares to you guys that you must install before you start class today. One of those softwares you must have installed is AWS CLI. You should have completed that before coming to class today. If you don't have AWS CLI, you are not going to be able to complete this part. So, which is why I try to send those information to you guys for you guys to complete before class. So to confirm that you have AWS CLI installed on your computer, here you type AWS --version. Once you type AWS --version in your terminal, press enter. If you get this output, it don't have to be the same number, but you typed it and you get an output, that means you have AWS CLI installed. You can now continue. So next, we are just going to run the command to configure our user's credentials. And here, the AWS, one thing I want to mention is this is like your username and password. Don't ever share it with anyone, because, for example, if I have your username and if I have your access key and secret access key, I can run CLI command right here to create stuff in your AWS account. And that's all I really need is these two things, and I can create anything in your AWS account. So don't ever expose this. When you guys are uploading your projects like GitHub and all those things, don't upload stuff with AWS access key, which is why we are doing it this way. This allows you to configure it on your computer without exposing it. And also you can download it. Click this CSV file to download it to your computer. And if you want to store it for future thing. Yes, you can add it to Secret Manager as well. So where we have our secret in Secret Manager, where we have those secrets, you can add this there if you want to. But we're not going to do that today, because if we have time at the end, we'll do it. I didn't factor it as part of the things we will do today. But when we do the personal access token, you will see how to do it, and you can now store your access key there later. But for now, you can click this to download it. I always just, if I need to recreate it, I always just recreate it. Okay. So, so here, once you open your terminal, to configure that user's credentials, you are going to type AWS configure. Once you type AWS configure, press enter. Then it is going to ask you for the access key. I'm going to copy the access key. Once I copy, I'm going to paste it here, press enter. It is going to ask you for the secret access key, right? So I'm going to copy this. I'm exposing my key to you guys now. Maybe I'm not, but you guys please don't copy my key to create anything. Just follow. I'll change it once we are done. But I also want to show you guys so you guys can see, because I don't want to stop sharing my screen just to configure it. I want you guys to see. So you copy the secret key and paste it here, press enter. Then it is going to ask you for the region. You're going to enter the region where you are using for your project. I'm using US East 1, so I'm going to type US East 1. So make sure you type your region correctly, then press enter. Then for the default output format, you don't have to press anything there. I mean, you don't have to enter anything there, just press enter for that. And that's it. You've configured your AWS CLI on your computer. So now let me show you how to, let me show you where on your computer you will find this credential. So every time you run this command, whether you are a Windows or Windows computer or a Mac computer, I'll show you where to find it. And where you will find this credential on your computer is in your home directory. So you see how when you open your terminal, whether you are on Windows or Mac, it opens it into your home directory. So this is your home directory here. So if you type ls space -a and press enter, well, that -a is not going to work on my thing because I'm using PowerShell. But I'll show you guys. But if you're on Mac, it will be that. So if I type ls here, I can, okay. So on PowerShell, I don't need to put -a because it is still showing me all the hidden files on my computer. So whether on Windows or Mac, anytime you guys see a folder, a file, a folder that has a dot before it, it is hidden. So if you use the normal ls, you are not going to see it. That's why I was doing that -a. If you are on Mac, if you do the -a, it should work. And someone comment if it doesn't work. So if you type -a, you will see it there. So basically, when you configure that AWS credential, AWS will create a folder in your home directory called .aws. That is this folder you guys are seeing. And in that folder is where AWS will store their credentials. So if I go in this, I can cd into this .aws folder, right? And I'll see the credentials there. You will see a config file and a credentials file. I'll show you guys how to get there. But remember, my home directory on a Windows computer is the same as if you click here and you can see here. Let me show you. You can see here that my home directory is the C user Azeez, right? So here we can come here, C users Azeez, the same .aws folder I was just mentioning here, the same one you are seeing here. That's what you are seeing here. So if you double click it here, you see your credentials there, right? If you open it in text file, you'll see the credentials. And I'll show you guys the easiest way to do it. On Mac, since Mac, you have to go to your Finder, click your home, but on Mac, your home, your hidden folders are not automatically shown. And I won't say go and check it, but there's a way you can do it. And this is for everyone, whether you are using Windows or Mac. So once you are in your home directory, one thing you guys can do is you should have also have Visual Studio Code installed on your computer. So in your home directory, you can either cd into any folder you want, but the home directory is also a folder. If you don't want to cd into any folder, let's just do it from the home directory. In the home directory, if you have Visual Studio Code installed on your computer, you can type code like that, space, dot. What that is going to do is it is going to open whatever folder you are currently in Visual Studio Code for you. So if you type that, press enter, you can see it has opened it in Visual Studio Code. This is my home directory. All the folders in my home directory. It has opened it in Visual Studio Code. So now you can find that .aws folder, right, which is right here. You can click the config file. You will see the region we configured, and you can click the credentials file. You will see it configured there, right, with your access key and secret access key. In the future, let's say what I'm going to do after this, since I already exposed my access key, I'm going to delete it and recreate another one. So since I'm doing that, instead of me typing AWS configure here, if I want to configure a new access key, right, update this access key, in my terminal here, I can type AWS configure, it will prompt me, enter your access key and secret access key. You can do that, or you can come into this file directly and just update it here. So for your access key value, you put it, access key ID, you enter the value, access key, secret access key, you enter it, and you save, and you are done.
Azeez, quick question. So when you were doing the configuration stage, like for the access ID, it didn't, as yours showed as none in the terminal. Mine's already had a value in there before because I've done projects like with AWS. So I overrid it with the new credentials, and when I open it in VS Code, the new credentials are shown as the default. So just wanted to ensure it will work correctly because I have multiple credentials in this file we're looking at.
Yes, that's fine. So if you had the credentials there before and you run the AWS configure command the way we run it, whatever you enter there will override what you have there. So for everything we'll be doing moving on now, you just want to make sure the ones you configured now should be under the default. The other ones that are there should not matter.
Okay.
So if you have other ones there that I think I will clear all of them and I'll just leave this default. So you should have it the same way I have it. So it's the same thing. Let me show you guys thing. The easiest way to do this is like this AWS folder here. I'll delete it. I'll delete it, right? Then I'll run that AWS configure command again. That's my terminal. So I'll run that AWS configure command again. AWS configure. It is going to ask me. You see, whenever the file is not there, that's when it will show you none. But if the file is already there, it will show you what is there and it will tell you to override it. So because I deleted it, it's not there anymore. That's why it's showing me none. So here, I'm going to enter my access key. And I will enter my secret access key. And I'll enter my region, US East 1. And for the output, I'm not going to enter anything, right? And watch, if I go back to my Visual Studio Code, the AWS folder is back there. So what I'm telling you guys is the act of running AWS configure is AWS is creating this folder, .aws folder on your computer and is storing that credentials there. You can go there and create the folder yourself and store the credentials yourself. But you have to store, the only thing is you have to make sure it is in this format. So it's better to just run the AWS configure and let AWS undo the proper formatting for you. But in the future, if you update your credentials, you can come into this file and just update it here, or you can run AWS configure to override it. That's that. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, and I'm going to remove my thing because I already exposed it. Then I would add a new one, then we can move on from there. But in the meantime, you guys can have ask any questions you have.
Sorry, the other time you did a code dot that brought all these files that you have in on your computer, right? You did code dot, code space dot, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, code space dot. Yes.
I did that on mine, but it didn't bring anything out.
Do you have Visual Studio Code on your computer?
Oh yeah.
And you are running it from PowerShell?
No, I'm running it from.
You have to run it from PowerShell if you are using
Okay.
Windows. Yeah.
Oh,
PowerShell is more sophisticated than the regular terminal that comes with your Windows computer. So everything we are doing, if you want to use the power of PowerShell, then you use code space dot.
I thought you ran it on Visual Studio Code.
No, I ran it in PowerShell.
Oh, okay.
I ran the code space dot in PowerShell and it opened it in Visual Studio.
Okay.
Yeah, you might be running yours on command prompt. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try that again. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. So I'm just going to update my access key real quick, then we'll move on. So you guys set up that and let me know if you have any question. If you have any question, you guys can ask. I'm here. I'm just doing this real quick. AWS configure, access key ID, access key ID, enter, secret access key, copy, enter, US East 1, enter, and then enter. Right, cool. I'm not sharing my screen, right? Because I should have paused it. You guys can not, do you guys see me, the new one that I created? You guys didn't see it, right?
No, we did not.
No,
Okay, cool.
we did not, no.
Cool. Thank you. Done. Continue. All right, and I'm going to close, make sure I close that home in Visual Studio Code. All right, so let me resume. So once you've configured your access key and secret access key, right? Oh my God. Just a second. I'll have to do that again. I didn't close my terminal. AWS configure, access key, secret key, USS1. All right, let me close this so I don't expose it. Let me close this. Done. I'm just going to get out of this page and I'll open my terminal again. All right. So you guys can see my screen now, right? So now, if you want to test that configuration you just did, that you've set up, properly set up your AWS configure, right? Just type AWS S3 ls. So this is a CLI command to list all your S3 buckets. So we're just going to run this command, AWS S3 ls, and press enter. If you get an output that's showing you all the S3 buckets in your account, that means you've configured it correctly. We're good to move on. Everyone good? Please confirm. On YouTube, yes, everyone here, someone confirm. If you have an issue, let me know. Because this is very important, because we're about to start doing some other stuff. Everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, good. On YouTube, you guys are good?
I brought the buckets, but
Okay.
when I still ran the code, it still didn't bring all the file, but never mind. I don't know.
Yeah, so we can, I can help you look at that later. Okay, so the code one is not really that important, but I'm just kind of like showing you how to, but I can help you look at it later. All right. Okay, so we are done with that part. Let's move on, because we do have a lot of stuff to cover from here. So let's just move on. So the next thing we are going to do is set up SSH keys on our computer to be able to clone GitHub repository in GitHub, right? We are getting into the fun part. Now we are getting into like using GitHub for our repository. So GitHub, whether it's GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, they are all the same way. They work the same way. But I'll show you GitHub because it's kind of like the most popular one, right? So we would create for this project, you guys know how last week we stored, we've been storing our application code in S3. This time we are going to store our application code in GitHub. And we are going to be cloning our application code from GitHub because our work, that's what you guys will be using. And the point of GitHub too is that multiple engineers at your company can collaborate on the same file, and you can make updates to it and push it. So today you will learn the basics of just creating a repository, cloning that repository, and I'll show you guys the command to make an update and push that update to your GitHub repository. So you guys will learn all that stuff in this project. And for all the other projects we will continue doing the same process, but this is the first time I'm introducing this. So in order to clone a GitHub repository, you need to set up SSH keys on your computer. This is one of the methods of cloning a GitHub repository. So what we are going to do is, so the first thing I want you guys to do is I'm going to close the script. Open Visual Studio Code on your computer. And I want you guys to, open Visual Studio Code on your computer. And let's do it this way. Open Visual Studio Code. Once you open Visual Studio Code, select File and select Open Folder. Then I want you to go into your downloads directory, wherever you download the project assets, right? Then you should see project 3 assets here. Select that folder. And you should also see project 3 assets here, because it's like 2 folders now. So you can just select the first one to go into the second one. And once you see that second project 3, click select folder. You can open it that way. And it would open it like this. It will pretty much open that folder in Visual Studio Code for you. Right. So you see this. There's the only reason why this is not the main repository we are going to create, but the reason why I want to show you guys how to open this in Visual Studio Code is because maybe we'll close it. But first, I'm showing you guys how to open a folder in Visual Studio Code. And two, there's a file in here that I created for you guys that I want you guys to reference. So that file is this DevOps quick reference.md file. So here, majority of the commands we will run today are included in this file. So I want to point this out for your reference. So in the future, if we run any command today, you don't remember, come and reference this file. You see all the commands we are going to run today is here. So once you open this MD file, if you want to see a MD file, Markdown, I think it's called Markdown file, when you open it in Visual Studio Code has a built-in thing that allows you to see it in a good way. So if you click on here, so once you open the file, right, you will see here where there's a preview, click on it, and you'll be able to see it in like kind of like a clear note. And you can close this file and you'll see it clearly. So the first thing we did, the AWS configure command we did to run the setup, right? The second command we are going to run here, I double clicked it. So here, once you are in here to open it, but if you double click it, it will just open it in the preview. So the second command we are going to run is this command to generate an SSH key. And this came from the GitHub documentation. So remember in the file that I gave you guys, I pointed it out here, GitHub documentation. All right, where is it? Here, GitHub documentation, generating SSH keys, right? That's where the command came from. And here, the C is just comment, and comment is entering your email. So that way you can know what key is what. But I don't include the comment. So if you run this, it is going to work. So that's where the command came from. So back to Visual Studio Code, right? The same in Visual Studio Code, right? If you open Visual Studio Code, right, you can open the terminal on your Visual Studio Code is also built with your whatever terminal you are working on. So you can open Visual Studio Code here. Once you open this Visual Studio Code, you can click Terminal and click New Terminal. And that should open your terminal for you. You can see this terminal on my computer is still open into my PowerShell, right? So that is that. So basically what I'm trying to say is instead of me opening PowerShell and running my command here, you can run your command directly from Visual Studio Code and it will still do the same thing. So the next thing I want you to do is copy this command, ssh-keygen -t. The -t stands for type. And the type of key we want to create is an ED25519. This is the newer version of the key, encryption of the key. The older one is RSA, but if you guys are generating SSH key, always use this ED one. This is the newer one. So we're going to copy this command and paste it here in the terminal. And can you guys see my screen or do I need to zoom in on this thing?
Yeah, you can zoom in. You can zoom in a little bit. That's fine. You can zoom in a little bit more.
Okay, so let's try it. Let's try this. So if I do that, that's what the zoom looks like. Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So once you paste that command, press enter. The first time you are generating the file, it is going to ask you this information. You don't have to give it any name, just press enter. And it is asking you for a passphrase. Don't enter a passphrase, press enter. And it's asking again, don't press anything, press enter. And it will generate the SSH keys for you. So once you see this ED thing at the end, that means the SSH key has been generated, right? The same way I showed you guys the AWS configure, I told you guys when you run AWS configure, it generates your access key and secret access key in your .aws folder in the home directory on your computer. It's the same way for this. Anytime you run a command on your computer to generate an SSH key, it is also going to create a folder in your home directory. And in that folder, it is going to store those keys. And the folder it would create in your home directory is the .ssh folder. So if I go in my home directory, which on my computer, it is the C drive, right? C drive, I'll select users as this. So you can see in this folder, there's a .ssh folder. That is where you will find the key. Or from where you created the key, you can't, let me see. So you guys see that my part here is my AWS. No, you guys can see that my part here is this folder that I'm in. So you can run that code dot from here because it's just going to open this same folder for you. But if you, let's say you open PowerShell, just to show you guys, open PowerShell or the terminal on your computer, and this is my home directory. You can see I'm in my home directory here. Then I'll just run that code space dot and press enter. Right? It would open my home directory, all the folders in my home directory in PowerShell. I mean, in Visual Studio Code. You can see the .ssh here. And in the .ssh folder, we have the ID here, and we have the, it's pretty much two IDs, and one has pub. So one thing we should cover with SSH keys is like, anytime you generate an SSH key, you guys should never forget this. This is how SSH works. Anytime you generate SSH keys, two keys will be generated for you. Two keys. Those are the two keys you are seeing here. A private key and a public key. Same way we were using SSH keys, key pairs on EC2. A private key and a public key. Those are the two keys you are seeing here. The one with the .pub is your public key, and the regular one that doesn't have any extension is your private key. So anything you are trying to SSH into, you have to upload your public key into that thing. Then your private key will stay with you. I just exposed mine. I'm not supposed to expose it. But your private key is what you will use to SSH into whatever you are trying to SSH into. Does that make sense? So you guys should never write this down in your note, SSH, how SSH works. Two keys are generated, public key and private key. The public key is the one that gets uploaded into whatever you are trying to SSH into. In AWS, you uploaded the public key into your EC2. Then the private key is the one on your computer. When you are running your SSH command, you tell it, my SSH key is here, use this key. My private key is here, use this key, right? So don't ever forget that. It's the same exact method here. So to clone the repositories from GitHub, we need to generate SSH key. And now, once we have our public key, we have to upload our public key into GitHub. So let me show you from a reference architecture standpoint. We might stay longer today, so guys, please bear with me, but I'm trying to be quick. So from a reference architecture standpoint, you are here, you just generated your SSH key. It generated public key, let's call one public and two private. Generated two keys on your computer, and GitHub is right here. So now the next thing you need to do is you need to upload the public key into your GitHub account. And the private key stays on your computer. That's how you'll be able to clone GitHub repositories. That's how that works. So at your job, when you first start on the project and they will ask you set up GitHub, this is how they'll set it up. You would have to generate SSH key. You will upload it to GitHub and you'll be able to clone repositories. Don't forget this. Okay, I'm going to clear that. So since I exposed my private key, I'm going to pause for now and just like regenerate it. Then we'll continue. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, I've created it. Okay. So now for our SSH key, we need to upload the public key into our GitHub repository. So what I want you to do is select that public key. And if you guys can open this in Visual Studio Code, remember on a Windows computer, right? On a Windows computer, you would the easiest way is to open your File Explorer, select the C drive, users, your name, whatever the name is, and in that .ssh, you will see it here. Whichever one says pub, type under pub, it says pub file, that's your public key. So you can open this as I'll open it in Visual Studio Code, or you can open it as a notepad. So that's what I open in Visual Studio Code. That's what you are seeing here. For those that are on Mac computer, another way you can see your public key is open your terminal or whatever, right? On Mac, open terminal. On Visual Studio, on Mac, open terminal. On Windows, open PowerShell, and you will see it here. You are in your home. So here, first, you need to change your directory into the .ssh. So type cd.ssh. .ssh. Once you are in the .ssh folder, if you type ls, you will see those two keys there. You can see the private key and the public key, right? If you type, so this method will work for both Windows and Mac. If you type cat, I don't know if cat works on PowerShell, but we'll see. If you type cat and the name of the key. So all I did is I typed cat and I typed part of the name of the key and I pressed the tab key. So in this case, the one you want to show is the public one, the one that has the .pub at the end, and press enter. You can see it is showing you the print for that key. That's how you will get it. This is for Windows and Mac. In case if your stuff is not opening in Visual Studio Code, that's how you can get it, right? So this is the key. What I want you guys to do is copy it. So you want to copy everything with everything like this, the way you see it like that. Then let's go to our GitHub account. So make sure you log into your GitHub account. Once you are in your GitHub account, you are going to select your profile up here. And you are going to select settings. Then here, you are going to select SSH and GPG keys. Once you select that, you are going to click Add SSH key. And let's give it a name, right? I said we can call it dev SSH key. So here, I'll just call it. You can give it any name, it really doesn't matter. So I'll just call it dev SSH key. Then down here, you are going to paste that public key ID you copied in there. So once you paste it, click Add SSH key. And here it will ask you, so it's because I just created this new GitHub account to show you guys from scratch. So it's asking me to verify my email. Let me just do that real quick. So when you add it, if you are logged out, it might ask you to verify your password. So let me just verify this real quick. But when you are adding it, it shouldn't ask you for this. It's because this is a new account. So I created a new account just to show you guys from scratch.
Azeez, I'm getting this verification for my regular old account. I don't just
So if you're getting it, you need to verify your account. Maybe you never verified it. So they sent me an email. They sent me an email that has this thing there, right? So I just copied this, pasted there, and I'm in, right? So, but normally when you guys add it and you click Add SSH key, it will bring you here. And you should see something like this. And this is it, you are done. Now you can clone any repository in your GitHub account you can clone any repository in your GitHub account to your computer, which is what we are going to do next. So do you have access to that email to get the code to verify, or you don't have access to it?
Oh yeah, I do. I have. I was just stating that I got that same prompt.
Okay.
With my regular GitHub account.
Yeah, it's because when I created it yesterday, I didn't verify my email. Okay, cool. So let's move on because we do still have some stuff to cover. So we've set up our SSH key. That's how you do it at work. It's the same process. There's no difference from what we are doing here today and what you would do at work. It's the same exact way. So now we need to create a repository, upload. Then in that repository, we will upload our application code in that repository. So let's create the repository now. We are going to go into GitHub and up here, click your GitHub profile up here. Then click create repository. Give the repository a name. I want you guys to call the repository this name. I gave you guys the name. Call it Nest Application Code, Nest App Code. And we can all use the same name. It doesn't matter. So call it Nest Application Code. So that way, when you are looking at it in the future, you know it's the Nest Application Code that is in this repository, right? And on that description, you can give it a description if you want, or you can, I can just call it code for Nest application. So I just entered the description there. Under visibility, we are going to use private repository because at your company, your repositories will be private. So we need to do everything the right way. So here we use private repository. So that way I can show you guys how to properly clone private repositories. Same process you do at work. So we'll use private repository, and here toggle this README, add README file on. So this just add a README file in your repository that says, is a file that says in this repository, this is what is there. And we are not going to add any git ignore or no license. So these are the only things you need, and click create repository. And this is how you create a repository in GitHub. Now that we've created the repository, we are going to clone the repository into our computer, right? We'll clone the repository on our computer. Then we would run the command to add our application code and push our application code into the GitHub repository. So let's do that now. So back in your GitHub repository, you see this green box here. This green box here that has the, this green box that has the, I'm sorry. This green box that has this drop down, select this, and here select SSH. Because we set up the SSH key, so we'll be using the SSH method to clone. So once you set up once you click SSH, click this box to copy the SSH command, right? Then open PowerShell on your computer. I'm going to close this. I'm going to open PowerShell again, or open your terminal. It is always going to open it in your home directory, which is where you want to be, your home directory. So I'm saying for all the projects we'll do clone them in your home directory, because since this is the default place our terminal opens to, it's easier to just work from here. So here we are going to type git clone. The command is git clone space and paste that address you copied for that repository there. So it's git clone, the address. Once you paste it, press enter. The first time you are running it, it is going to give you this option. All you have to do is type yes and press enter. And you should get 100% here. So that means we have successfully cloned our repository from GitHub into our local computer. So from a reference architecture, let me show you how that looks. Did I close my reference architecture? I think I did. From a reference architecture standpoint, we can't I find my... Now I can't find my Zoom annotation too. So this is just the way this thing is giving me. Okay, there you go. So from a reference architecture standpoint, right, you have a repository that you have in GitHub, and you clone that repository on your computer. So what that means is that you create a copy of this repository that's in GitHub. You create it on your computer. So this is how they call this. This one in GitHub here, this is called remote repository or remote repo. And the one on your computer you copied is the local repo. So that's the common name they use for it, right? So that just means that on our computer now, we can add any file. We can add any file to that one we cloned on our computer, add anything, then we can push it back, and vice versa, right? So as we are working here, we can be pushing it and we'll be updating, and that's what you guys will see. Let's clear this. I'm going to...
question.
Yes.
What you have now in the GitHub, is it those files that we uploaded in the computer? Those files that you gave us, are those the one we push into? I'm trying to get that part. I mean,
we haven't got there yet.
Okay.
So yeah. So right now we just have an empty repository, and we have cloned the repository on our computer, right? So here we run git clone. So in my home directory right now, right, there is ls. If I ls there, you can see the repository here. I cloned it, right? So what I want you guys to do is cd into that repository, cd, and all you have to do is type cd and the name of the repository. So if I type part of the name, I'll type nest and I'll press the tab key, it would complete it for me. Because if you are typing the same name and press the tab key, it will complete it. And if you don't complete it, just type the name. The name of the repository is what we called it. So if I type that, cd, right, that, and I'll cd into it. Now I have changed my directory into that repository. Now I want to open it in Visual Studio Code. So I'm just going to type code space dot, and it would open that repository for me in Visual Studio Code. In case code space dot is not working on you guys' computer, for those that code space dot is not working, open Visual Studio Code. So let me show you. Open new instance of Visual Studio Code. Then here click File, then click Open Folder, right? Then here browse to your home directory, which is the C drive, users, Azeez, then find that repository you cloned, which is this. Just select it. Don't double click to go in it. Just select it like that and click select folder, and it will open it in Visual Studio Code for you. And you would pretty much be the same place where we are. So you can see in that repository we cloned, we only in GitHub, let me show you guys. In GitHub, we only have a README file in it, and the one we clone is the same thing. We only had a README file in there. So they will always be identical, and sometimes they can be out of sync depending on how many people is working in the same repository and push stuff. Later on, we will talk about just how to get the updated version of your GitHub repo, but for sake of time, this is it. We still have a lot of stuff to cover, and it's just like I feel like we are behind. So we've cloned it, and here, this is what it looks like locally. So the next thing I want you to do is in your project asset for today, right? Project 3 asset. Go into that project, and the next file, the next application code, the zip one, I want you to drag and drop it in Visual Studio Code like this. So you can see I dragged and dropped it in the next app code. So now you will get an extra nest.zip and a README file in your local one. And once you drop it there, it will be green. So the green is just showing you that green means on track. So that green just means that you just added a new file here. The file is not in your remote repository. So that's what that means. It's just Visual Studio Code's way of showing you that. These are new things you are just adding to your local. So the next thing we are going to do is push this file to our remote repository. But there is one issue we are having is the fact that this zip file, the size is too big. I think GitHub limits you to 100 megabyte or something like that. So GitHub has a limit. Whatever GitHub limit is to push a file into a GitHub repository, this file exceeds it. So I can't just push this file directly into my GitHub. So if it's just a normal small file, I'll be able to run the git add, git push, right? But because this is a big file, I can't just push it into a GitHub repository. There's methods you have to use to push it, which is what I'm going to show you guys next. Then once we push this large file, I'll show you the regular process because we'll still have other things we will push. But for now, I'm showing you guys the process. If you have any large file you are trying to push into GitHub at once, this is the process to do it. You add your file into your local repository. Once you add it, then let's open that. Just a second, let me see what I have opened here. Okay, I'm going to close this. I don't need this anymore. So let's open that DevOps quick reference that I gave you guys, right? You can open that DevOps quick reference file. And I'm going to close this. So that DevOps quick reference file, open it. So here, I want you guys to scroll to this section, this git large file, right? This is the commands we are going to run to upload large files into GitHub. So the first command is going to install the git lfs if it is not installed. Then it is going to track any file that has git, any file that has .zip extension. It is also going to add the git attribute because when we run this command, it will create the git attribute. It's going to add this file. Then we will add the file we want to push, which is our nest.zip. Then we will push it, right? So let me just, don't run the command in this here. I'm just showing you guys. So you know what? I'm just going to close this so to not confuse you guys. So you see, I only have one Visual Studio Code open. I'm going to go to my project asset where I have that file, project 3 asset. It is this DevOps quick reference. I'm going to double click it so I can open it here. So once I open it here in Visual Studio Code, let me maximize this. Sorry, my Zoom stuff is just in the way. I'm going to close this here. So you guys can see it right there, right? So remember, I'm in my repository. I can even close this. So remember, I'm in my repository. I have the nest, and I just opened this file in Visual Studio Code just to see the command. So now in this repository, I want you to right-click on this nest.zip and select Open in Integrated Terminal. So that will open your terminal here, right? And we just need to run this command. So the first command we'll run is the git lfs install. Copy this, paste it here, press enter. If you have it installed, right, you should get, it says here run it once, but even if you run it multiple times, you will just get git lfs initiated. Then we'll run the second command to track any zip file. Copy, paste, press enter. So that's add the zip file. Then we'll run the next command to add the git attribute. Copy, paste, press enter. Then we will run the next command to add the zip file. So before you run this command, please know that this git add is adding the file. The file we want to add is the file we just added here. The name of the file is nest.zip. That's why you are saying nest.zip here. If the name of your file is something else, you have to put the proper name of your file. So copy this command and paste it here, press enter. Then the next command is when you add a file, you commit it, you run your git commit, which is, and I'll show you guys this process again today. We'll still do it, but now I just want to show you guys how to add a large file. So we run this git commit, and the commit, the M is a message. So here's just saying we are adding a large file. So we'll copy this. No, that's not what I wanted to do. So we'll copy this. It's copying both for me. I really don't want to copy both, but because I want to run it at once. Even if you do both, it's not going to hurt anything. So let's just copy both. The first command is going to commit it, and the next command is going to push it. So copy it, paste it here, paste, and run the git push. See, it is now uploading it. We'll just give it some time to upload it, and we will go back to our remote repository in GitHub and check that the file is there. Okay. Perfect. That is done. You can see 100% here, no error. So if I minimize this and go back to my GitHub repo here, this is my remote repo. I'm going to refresh here, and you can see the Nest app is there. You can download it to your computer here, or you don't need to download it, but the Nest app is there. Does anyone have any question?
Yeah, Azeez, I think my Mac ran out of space, so I might just have to just follow up with the string.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So you might probably just have to delete some stuff on your computer there. Right. Okay. So one thing I do want to mention is when we finally start deploying stuff, downloading this file to deploy it, right? This file that got pushed to our repo, when we use git LFS, this is not the actual file. I mean, this is the file. Don't get me wrong. But from what I understand when I was running it is like, if I download this file to my Windows computer, it will work perfectly. But when you download this file to a Mac computer or Linux, it will say the file is corrupt. But the file is not really corrupt, because what's happening is like, whatever you download, this is just like a link that is pointing to the file. So what I'm trying to point out is when you are downloading any file you use git LFS to push, there's also a different method you have to use to download the file. It would not just be just your regular git clone. There will be other things you need to install on your actual Linux server before you can pull the proper file. And when we run our command, you will see that. So, but for now, this is how you, the file was sent to you guys' email. It's sent to your email. And also if you, the Google Docs that I shared here, if you look there, you'll see the files. The files are there. So pretty much this is how you push a large file to GitHub. So I just showed you guys another new process. Save this part, how to push large file to GitHub. This is how we do it. Any questions? Okay, let's move on. Then once we push the large file into GitHub, right? The next thing I'm going to show you guys is how to create a personal access token, because the repository we created here is a private repository. So no one can just come and download anything from here. In order to download stuff from this file, from this repository, you will need what is called a personal access token. It's kind of like a credentials, right? So next, I'll show you how to create a credentials, that personal access token. To create it, you select your GitHub profile here in your GitHub. Select your GitHub profile, then click settings. Then here, scroll all the way down and click developer settings. Here, select personal access token, and let's use the tokens classic ones. Click token classic. And here, click generate new token, select generate new token classic. Right? So on that note, we have to give the token a name. So here I say you can call it dev PAT. So that's just like dev personal access token. So give it a name. And this is how long the token can exist before it expires. Let's just, you can give it 90 days, right? For this project, wait, that's more than enough. So give it 90 days. And under select scope, select the repo scope. So you see where it has repo, just check that part. So once you check that part, scroll all the way down. That's all you need. Scroll all the way down and click generate token. So when you generate a personal access token, it is going to give you the token here, right? So what you need to do is save this token somewhere. Just a second. So what you need to do is save this token somewhere, so that way you can use it in the future. Because once you click away, you won't be able to see it anymore. So leave this token here like this. There is this file in your project asset that I gave you guys. It is called secret key. I want you to open this file. So double click it to open it. When you open it, you'll see something like this, right? So it has personal access token and it has the value here, right? So what I want you to do is copy this personal access token here like that. And in this file, in this quote here, where I have this junk, in that quote, paste it there. So you have your token like that. So it should be personal access token and the value of your personal access token. Once you paste it, now copy this whole thing. Now I'm showing you how to add this personal access token in Secret Manager, the secret we already created in Secret Manager. Copy this whole thing. So make sure you did it right. So all you need to do is copy your personal access token and paste it in that quote after personal access token. Then copy the entire thing. And let's go to Secret Manager. So in AWS, type Secrets Manager. Secrets Manager. Then select the secret we created, which is this one. Under the overview, click Review Secret Value, which will be here. Then you click Edit. You can't, AWS don't allow you to add the secret this way, but the workaround is if you click on the plain text, right, you can add the secret. So right after this DB identifier, make sure you don't change anything here. So you just need to put your cursor here at the end. You can see the structure of this is just, there's just a comma there and the key value pair, right? So add a comma and paste the personal access token. That's all you need to do. So copy it from your notepad, add a comma, paste it here. Once you do that, click Save. And now for the key value pair, we've added the personal access token here in Secret Manager. So someone asked earlier if they can upload the AWS access key and secret access key. This is how you would do it. So we are done with that one. Does anyone have any question?
Sorry, Azeez, could you run that again? I just missed something at the end.
Wait, this part to add the key, to add the stuff to your personal access token.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you are in your secrets, you want to click text, plain text. But no, so when you are in your secrets here, click edit. Then here, click plain text and paste, add a comma here and paste the personal access token, the key and the value in this format that we created here. So you guys can, if you look here, you can see the command, so it's the key value pair. It's a key value pair. So the key and the value, key and the value, but it is in quotes. Got it?
What are we gonna use the personal access token to do? Did you hear me?
The personal access token, we use it to clone private repository.
Okay.
So this GitHub repository we just created. So now you can click away. Once you store your personal access token, you can click away from it, right? So this repository, you can see here, it is a private repository. It is like nobody can access it. So in order for someone to have access to it, they need to have a personal access token, which gives them right to clone stuff, right? So this is exactly how it's done at work, right? So I'm showing you guys the secure way of doing stuff. Yes, Juliet, yeah, personal access token is just like your access key and secret access key. It should not be shared. But I mean, I'm not going to replace mine since the scope is a repo. I'll replace it later on, but for now, I won't worry about replacing it. But yeah, you guys should not share your personal access token. So we are done with that. So let's move on. So the next thing we want to do is now, we are pretty much almost done, but you guys can see the most of the things we've been doing is just the setup part, right? But this is also what we're about to do next is also like the biggest part of this whole thing. But once we do this, set this thing up in future projects is very easy. It's the first time we are doing is setting up things just takes time, right? So next, we are going to create another repository. This repository will be the repository for this application we are building. And in this repository, we'll have a Docker file, and we'll create our Docker file. And Docker file is what we use to create the image, and the image is what you use to build the container. Let me see if I can find an example for you guys online. A simple way of how Docker file works. Docker works. Docker file, image, container. Let me see. I just want to show you guys a simple diagram if I can find it. There you go. This is the perfect one. So this is how Docker works, right? You install Docker on your computer. And once you install Docker on your computer, right, you are going to create a Docker file. That's the next thing we are doing, creating a Docker file. You use that Docker file. When you build that Docker file, you use it to create a Docker image. And that image is what you can use to launch a container. So this is just like this straightforward process, right? So we'll create a Docker file. we will run that Docker file to build our image. This image, we will store it in AWS repository in ECR. When we store the image there, any ECS can grab that image and use it to build our container. Think of it as similar to how when you are launching an EC2, you have to select an AMI, right? That you are saying, this is the image I want to use to launch this EC2. It's the same thing with container. Any container you want to build, any container you want to launch, you have to select the image you want to use to launch the container. You understand? So here, what happens is like this, on this part, the Docker file, all the instructions of everything we want to build, like sudo yum install httpd, download our application code, unzip it, do all that stuff. All that stuff is listed on this file. And as you will see, then once we list all the instructions, we will build the image. And the image will be here. So pretty much all the remember last week when we created an image with EC2 and I said all the configuration we did was already on the image, similar process. Like everything will be already configured on the image. Now, any service can take that image and use it to launch a container. So that's part of what they say about the benefit of a container is that you don't have to deal with, oh, this doesn't work here, this doesn't work here, because by the time you get the image, all the stuff is already configured on it. So the container will always look identical. Any environment you use this image to launch a container, all the containers in any environment will look identical because all the configuration has already been done on this image. So that's how pretty much the simple way to explain it. But you guys can read more on it, right? So a simple way. So that's the thing we are doing. So for our project, we are going to create a repo for our Docker file. Then we are going to clone the repo to our computer. Then we are going to create our Docker file there. So let's create a repo. So in GitHub, click your logo up here, then click new. We'll give the repo a name. I want you guys to call the repo AWS project because we will use this repo for all the projects you will do with the Terraform projects and everything. So I want you guys to have, I want you guys to give the repo the same name. And I'll show you guys how to separate your Docker project, your Terraform project, so you have everything in one place. So here, I'm going to give the repo a name and call it AWS projects. And you can give it a description or I can enter it later on. I just do it now. Repo for AWS projects. Right. And for now, make it a private repository. But later on, you can make it a public if you are trying to share with other people. But for now, since let's just make it a private repository. Then click add a README file. Then click create repository. So you have your repository, AWS projects. All right. The next thing we are going to do is clone this repository on our computer. Before I clone it, let me just make sure in my home directory, I don't have any AWS things there because I'm always using the same name most times. Users. See, I already have the AWS projects here, so let me cut this and move this somewhere else. I'll move this to my desktop. Okay. Okay. So what we need to do is now is clone this repository on our computer. So we are going to select here again. So make sure you are on SSH. So once you are in the repository, I'm in the AWS project. We'll select code, select SSH, copy this, then open your PowerShell terminal. I'm going to close this. I'm just going to open a new one. So make sure your terminal open to the home directory, and the command is git clone, git clone. Then you paste that address you just copied. Then press enter. And you can see it has cloned the repository. You see 100% here. It has cloned the repository on my computer. If I type ls here, you can see the repository here. Then I'm going to cd into that repository. So type cd space. Not cd space, the name of the repo, which is AWS project. So if you type part of the name, tab key, it will complete it for you. Press enter. So I'm in that repository. Now I can open it in Visual Studio by typing code space dot and press enter. And I've opened that repository in Visual Studio Code. If code space dot is not working for you, you have to click File, Open Folder, then browse to where you cloned your local repository to and open it. So what you want to open is the AWS projects folder. So while you are in this AWS project folder, let's do this. Let's right click anywhere in this open space. You can see AWS projects folder here. AWS projects folder here. So right click anywhere in here in this open space and click new folder. Make sure you click new folder, not new file. Call this folder Docker. So the way I'm saying this is just that in this folder, this is where you will store all your Docker projects. So even when you do your assignment, you can use this same repo and this same folder for your Docker assignment, right? So in this Docker folder that we just created, right click on it again. See, I selected that Docker folder, right click on it again and click new folder. And in that folder, call that folder Nest. So you can call it Nest app. So that way, you know, in this folder, right? So you have your Docker Nest app in this Nest app folder. So that is the project we are working on now. So when you work on your assignment, that's the Shopwise, you right click on this Docker and you will click new folder, right? And you will create Shopwise in there, right? So now you have two folders, right? Two folders in this Docker, right? One for Nest app, one for Shopwise. So pretty much I'm trying to show you guys how to organize all your projects in one place. So that way you don't have projects in multiple places. You can have one repository that has all your projects. Anyone can go in there and see, okay, this is this project, this is that project, right? So I'm going to delete this Shopwise folder for now, so don't confuse. So now in this Nest app folder, we are going to upload the assets we need for this project. So open your project asset. So go to wherever you downloaded it to. Project asset 3, project 3 assets, right? So in this Nest app folder, these are the things I want you to upload. I want you to upload your app service provider file. So you can upload it one at a time, or you can select all three and drag it. So this is what we want to upload. We want to upload our app service provider file, the Docker file, the start service file. Those are the three you will upload from here. So remember the Docker file, the start service, and the app service provider. So I can click and hold all three. And you see where I'm dropping it at? I'm dropping it on the Nest app, not the Docker, the Nest app. That's where I'm dropping it on. So how you will know you are in the right, and I mean, I've put it in the wrong thing, but how you will check is, so if you open, let me open another file explorer, right? And go to your home directory, the home directory where you clone that folder, right? So you see here, I'm in Azeez, and the folder is AWS projects. Where is it? Right here. You can see I have the Docker, right? In that Docker is where there's the Nest app, that's where I've uploaded. So you can even open it this way, right? And take these files from here and drag it and drop it here. What I want is that in that Docker Nest app folder you created, you drop these 3 files in there. So let me even show you here. So from here, I can now upload the other ones you need to upload. The other ones you need to upload is for Windows users, you are going to use the build push image Windows. For Mac users, you are going to use this. So since I'm on a Windows computer, I'm going to double click here to open this. I'm going to select these 2 files. I'm holding Control to select them, or you can drag them one at a time. Control and select both files. Then click and hold and drag and drop it here. You can see when I drag and drop it here, it is still showing up in Visual Studio Code. Right, so it's the same thing. So you can drag it into Visual Studio Code, or you can open the folder itself on your computer and drag it in there. Does anyone have any question?
Sorry, Azeez, could you run that again from after you've uploaded the Docker files?
After I uploaded the Docker file, so the next one you need to do is in your project 3 assets, you need to, if you are using a Windows computer, open the Windows users folder, build push window, and if you are using a Mac, open this one. So in the Windows, you will see 2 files there. Drag and drop them into the same place you drop the Nest app from. So now in the Nest app, you guys should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Well, it's 6 excluding the README file. The ones that are green should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. App service provider, build, image, Docker file, push image, and start service. And we'll go through what each of these means. Everyone good to go? Let me know, and we can proceed. So yes, I mentioned that the file size for the zip folder we are trying to upload is big. So in order for you to be able to upload it, you have to use that LFS, right? So make sure Git LFS is installed. So the first command on this list that I showed you, the first command on this list. So while we are here, I want you guys to also in this repository where we uploaded that stuff to, I want you guys to upload that reference file to that reference file that I gave you guys. So not this folder, that one. So this DevOps quick reference, upload it here too, because it won't hurt anything, but at least you guys will have it there. But make sure you upload it in the Nest app. So when you are dragging something, when you drag it on the name itself, that's what it would upload it in. So I'm at here in this quick reference file that I gave you. When you are running the command, you have to make sure that here, you have to make sure that you run this first, this git LFS. You have to make sure you run that first. Once you run it, then then you'll be able to run the rest of the command. If you miss that, you're not going to be able to upload it. So that's probably what you are missing. Okay. All right. Everyone good? We can move on. I'm telling you guys, this is the most work we will have to do. Once we do all this building and pushing image, we are done. But I'm just going to explain. I've already done the script for you guys, but I will explain so you guys can understand what's going on. Let me know, you guys, you have your confirmation to proceed, or is everyone else needs time? All right, I'll take that as yes. So in this, the things that I told you to add is, the first one is the build image, because that's the first thing we are going to do. We are going to build our Docker image. Remember, we'll start with an image and we build it, right? So all a Docker image is I want to show you guys something. And I'm going to open our build script from project 2. I'm going to close this. I'm going to open project 2. This was the deployment script we used on project 2, right? I'm going to put it here. You guys will see, maybe I shouldn't do it now, but basically, this is the deployment script, this is the Docker file. This is Docker file on the left, this is the deployment script on the right. What I'm telling you guys is, just right off the bat, let's look at the sections, right? In our Docker file, we are setting some environment variables, which we did here, right? Then we are pulling our secret from Secret Manager, which we did here, right? Then we are going to build our image, right? We are going to build our image, right? This section, right? You will see that section. Maybe I should show you the Docker file. Oh, let me move this here. All right, I was showing you guys the build script. Sorry, I was supposed to show you guys the Docker file. Let me start all over, right? In our Docker file, we are setting our environment variable, which is what I showed you guys there, right? Then we are installing Apache, PHP, and all that stuff, right? That's the same stuff you guys are saying here, right? We install PHP, all the extension, we set this max, we enable mode rewrite, exact same thing. Then here, we copy our application code. In this part, we were using S3. Now we are using a GitHub repo. So obviously, it will be different, but it's the same process, right? Uploading application code, uploading to EC2 here. Here we are uploading to container, and the steps is different, right? Because we are using a repo, but the overall concept is the same. We are setting permission on the directory under EC2. Here, we are doing the same thing. Then we updated our env file. Here, we are doing the same thing. Then we copied our app service provider.php file. Here, we are doing the same thing. Then this last part is just specific to Docker. In EC2, you start your service, this and this. On Docker, this is how you start your service. So basically, what am I trying to say? And this is one of the reasons why I said we start from the basics and we work our way up to this level, right? You are not really doing anything that you haven't seen before at this point in our project. We are doing something slightly different, something new, is new, but the overall concept of what you need to do is the same. It's not new. So remember when last week we talked about the server configuration. When you have a server, you need to configure that server and install the applications you want on that server. It's the same exact thing here. So to explain how the Docker file works, you create a Docker file and the name of the file has to be Docker file. You can't, if you call it something else, then you have to tell Docker that this is what my file is called. But the default that Docker always look for, you need to call it Docker file with a capital D and Docker file one word. That's how you name the file. So in a Docker file, you have to specify your base image. Just like when you launch an EC2, you say, this is the AMI I want to use. When you are using Docker, you have to specify a base image. So that's what this is doing. This is saying we want to use Amazon Linux 2023 image. And this image, you will find them in Docker Hub. So Docker Hub is right here. Docker Hub. So if you go to Docker Hub and you sign in to your account, I don't want to sign into that one. Sign in. I want to use a different account, but it's giving me this one. It's fine. This one will work, right? If you go in your Docker Hub account, right? So here, if you in Docker Hub right here, you can search for any image. So if I type Amazon, can never spell. Amazon Linux. Let's see what comes up, right? You can see it here. Amazon Linux, right? This is an official image from Amazon, right? If you click it, right? The versions will be there, right? So you can see this Amazon Linux, there's like 2023, there's latest. So this is just the different type of version you want to use. So here I'm using 2023. This corresponds to their 2023 AMI. That is why you see on our Docker file, we have Amazon Linux. So basically what I'm trying to say here is any type of base image you are trying to build your Docker from, because when you are building your Docker, you have to specify the image, the base image you want to start with. Any type of the base image you're trying to start with, you can find them in Docker Hub. And all you do is you just use the name. And whatever version you want to use, you see the versions here, you pick it from here. So that's why in our Docker file, I'm using Amazon Linux 2023 from. And another thing I showed you guys here that you guys will have to do more research on, study, is these things I call Docker instructions. You can see them here. So everything you'll be seeing on our Docker file, add, argument, from, you can get the definitions here. I included everything there, right? But I'll explain it in this Docker file, but you can see everything here. Because when you are creating your Docker file, when you build your image on an EC2, right, you already had your deployment script that is working. All you are trying to do now is just convert it to the Docker, how Docker will interpret it, right? Because the sudo we were using on EC2, that works on EC2. The same concept, but now we need to transfer it into an instruction that Docker will understand. And in Docker, you use things like this instruction from, env, and things like that. So that's why you see this from. This from, we are saying that this is the base image we want to use. Then this one, I just add this one there. This just means that when we are building our image, if there is anything where we need to type yes to, any command we need to type yes to, it will automatically do that for us. So because it will pretty much automatically type the yes for you, so you don't have to add that yourself. Then Next thing is we are setting our build arguments and environment variable. So let me explain the build argument. These build arguments are values we have to enter when we are building our Docker image. So when I run the command to build my Docker image, I have to enter the value of my GitHub repository. I have to enter my repository name. I have to enter my application code name and so on. So this is just like when I am building my Docker image, these values will be required. That's why those are there. The same values, right? The same values that are required when I'm building it, I'm also storing them as an environment variable. So that's why you see GitHub username here is stored here, right? GitHub username is stored as this GitHub username and variable. So pretty much I'm going to add this value when I'm building my image, and I'm going to store them as an environment variable, kind of like what we did in the deployment thing. So the gist is, if you need to store any value as an environment variable in Docker, and you need to also specify their value at runtime, this is how you do it. Then here we are installing our application. Same thing we did on the EC2. The only difference you are seeing here is here you can see we are installing Git and unzip. That is because on the Docker image, Git and unzip does not come with it. When we did the EC2, those already come on the EC2, but on the Docker image, it doesn't come there. It does not come with this the Docker image. So that's why we are adding it here, right? So here we are updating our server. Then we are installing any dependencies that the base image does not have, which we will need Git and unzip. Remember when I told you guys the large file we uploaded into our GitHub, our application code? Since we use LFS to upload it, you also have to install LFS on your server because you will need it to download it. So that's what we are doing here. This is only slight things that's different, right, from our original deployment script. So we're adding the LFS, right? Then back to regular thing, we are installing PHP and all the PHP extension, the same command. So one thing I want to explain here is when we are setting environment variable, it is env. The instruction is env. When we are adding build argument we need when we are building the Docker image, it is called ARG. And when you want to run a command in Docker, you know, in EC2, we typed sudo yum and was thing. So in Docker, it will be run. So you are saying run this command. It will be run and your command, and it has to be in capital letters like this. So we are updating our server. We'll install zip and git. We will install this git LFS. Then we'll install PHP and all this PHP extension. We would set the memory limit, same thing we did on the EC2, and we will enable mode rewrite. It's the same exact thing. Only difference is we add the run in front of it. Then on the uploading our application code, right? Remember when we install Apache, it will create the HTML directory. So we change our directory into the HTML directory here. So that's why you are seeing working directory here. So you can use CD. CD will work, but in Docker, if Docker already has an instruction for how to do that, then use that instruction. So in Docker, to change a directory, it is work dir. So this means working directory. So this means you are changing your working directory into the HTML. All the commands should be all commands should be in the proper order of the Docker file. Yes, because you guys have to understand that when these commands get executed, they are executing from top to bottom. So you can upload your application code into HTML directory if you haven't installed the Apache server yet. You understand? So yes, the same way it works on the EC2 is top to bottom. So whatever you are trying to do, you have to list those first. And if the other things depends on that, whatever you need to do at the top level, you need to list that first. So Yes. So it's top to bottom. So moving on. So we set our directory into the HTML directory. Then now I'm showing you guys how to clone a repository from our private repository. In our other build script for the EC2, we downloaded it from S3, but now we are cloning a repository. And Mr. Abel, this was the question you were asking. The command is git clone, same command we use to clone the repository into our computer. But in our git clone, we will ingest, not ingest, we will include the personal access token in the body of that git clone. That is how you get access to clone the repository. Does that make sense? So
yes.
you can see here in our git clone, we will include that personal access token here. So here I've just created list everything as environment variable. There's nothing you guys have to change on this file. I'm just explaining how it works. So you guys study the file more on your own time. So once we clone the repository, we will now use git lfs again to pull the file. So that's how we'll pull the actual zip code. Once we pull the actual zip code, we are going to unzip it as usual, right? Once we unzip it, we are going to copy all the codes, all the application code out of the unzip into the HTML directory. And once we do that, we will remove the one we cloned and the one we unzip because we don't need it. Same thing we did on the EC2. Then after that, we will set the permissions of these directories to 777. Then after that, we would update our env file. Remember the one the command wasn't working last week, which guys, I figured out why that wasn't working. I will explain that later. We will update our env file. Same thing you did on the EC2. Again, you are just putting those same command in run instruction for Docker. If it is going to be a command you are running, you put run. If it's directory you are changing, you put dir. If it's environment variable you are setting, you put env. I've given you guys this link, the link to that Docker instructions here, where you can see for anything you're trying to do if the Docker already has an instruction to do it. Okay, moving on. So we set that, then we copy our application code. We copy our app service provider.php file. Because remember when we start redirecting HTTP traffic to HTTPS, this is the file we used to do that. So we copy it. We already add the file here. So when we are building, it is just going to copy this file here from here. So that is this one you are seeing here. It is going to copy this file and replace whichever one is here. So the name of this file here is what you are seeing here. Then once it's done that, on this last part is what we need to do in Docker. So let me explain. Here, our database is working on port 3306 and our application is working on port 80. So we are exposing those ports. You have to expose those ports on Docker. I don't know too much details about the whole thing, but just know any application, the ports you are trying to open, you expose them here. Then, so this part, I was getting some warning. It wasn't an error. It was just saying in my container that I need to set the locals, right? It's not critical. It won't fail anything. So I ended up doing a research on it. That's why I add this here. So it's just going to set some settings on the container. So everything is lining up. So that's what this is. You guys can read more on it, right? Then that's what this two is. So these are not really that important, right? But what is important is once we install all these things, just like on our EC2, we have to start the Apache service. We also have to start the service in Docker. And when I was trying to start the service, there isn't like a really clear way that really there are multiple things that needs to start in Docker. And the original method wasn't really working, right? So I had to use this method. So what you can do in Docker, which I also recommend, is the best way to start any service in Docker is I created a shell script, right? That is this script you are seeing here. So you guys make sure this script is already in the same directory, right? In this script, you can see it is creating this directory because this service PHP FPM is not really starting in my container and I need it to start for my application to work. So I created this script, and all it will do is create a directory called PHP FPM. Then it will start that service. Then it will now do the regular HTTPD Apache start. Because on your Docker file, when you are running this command to start a service, you can only list it once on your Docker file. So since you can only list it once, create a script, right, that will have all the things you are trying to do, and now start the script here. So that's what you guys are seeing here. And for this here, and this brings me to why my command wasn't working last week. So you guys see here, this command, what this command would do is this command would pretty much clean this start service.sh. It will clean it. Because what I found out is that I used a Windows computer to prepare the commands. Then when you prepare a command on a Windows computer and you go and run it on Mac or Windows, sometimes Windows will add extra lines at the end of those commands. It's like some hidden characters that you won't see unless you enable it, you won't see it. Unless you enable it, you won't see it, right? So Windows will add it, and when you go and run it on a Linux or Mac, that's why I was getting that error last week, because some people ran it after that and it worked perfectly. So in order to clean up any special character that may be in the file that I created on a Windows computer, this is the command you can use to do it. So any script that I'm giving you, you guys can run this on your Mac or Windows, and it will clean that script and you'll be able to use it. So that's what we are doing here. So that way, when we are running the script on the container, we don't get into any error. So that's pretty much the Docker file, right? So in this Docker file, I have build arguments. So also in this file, let me show you something. I included is it what is Docker instruction? Let me see this one. Not that one. Or build and push, right? So if you want to get a kind of like overall understanding of how to build and push image, in this AWS documentation, it walks you through it, right? So prerequisite, you have an ECR. We create our Docker image, which is what we do. I'm showing you guys. So you create your Docker image, right? This is the command to build Docker image, any Docker image you are trying to build. It is Docker build -t, and you give the Docker file a name, the image you are building, you give it a name, and you can give it a tag, right? That's what you are saying here. So after they run this command to build the Docker, you can see they got the Docker file name, the image ID, and stuff, so on. So this is the command you are using to build a Docker. So meaning that I can open my terminal now and I can type Docker build, and I'll type -t and I'll give it a name, and it will build this Docker file for me. The reason why I created a script for it is to show you guys the automation process, right? The automation process is that since you're going to be building as many images in the future, it's good to use a script. And also, when you get to the CI/CD part, it's better to use a script. So that's why we are not typing Docker build in the terminal now to build our image. Instead, we are going to run a script that will build the image for us, right? So I have the script here. So in this script, I don't want you guys to freak out. First, we are setting our environment variable. These are the value, remember, in the Docker file. In the Docker file, the build arguments that I said we need when we are building the Docker image, right? Those are what you are seeing here. These are this, right? But here, I also add some arguments for image name, right, and image tag. But pretty much what you are seeing here in the Docker file, that's what here. And this is where we specify the value, right? So let me move this here. So here we specify the configuration, what we're trying to build. We will change this value. Then here, the same command we ran when we retrieve our secret from Secret Manager. Here, I've just make it more sophisticated that it is going to run this command to pull the secret from Secret Manager, right? If it can find, it will run this command, right? And this will check the status of the last command you run. If the status is fine, it will proceed. And if the status fails, it will tell you there's error retrieving your secret. So I only add this part to it, guys, to show you guys when you are writing scripts, how to check for error. And this also came from when I was having ChatGPT and Claude. I use Claude mostly. Having Claude review my script, it was telling me, okay, it's good to add error finding. So that's what you are seeing here. So for now, ignore this error part. It is in your code, but I'm saying ignore it. But the main thing here is we are running this command to retrieve the secret. This is an AWS CLI command. So the same thing we did in our build thing. Then once we get our secret, because this secret, all it is getting is the value of our personal access token from the secret manager and the value of our RDS password. And once you get those secrets, right, you are going to use Docker build kit. So in Docker, this is what you can use to store your secret. So remember I said when we are building our Docker image, we have to specify some values. Well, we don't want to specify the value of our personal access token and our password on the Docker image because whatever you put there when you are building the image would always be in the Docker image, and anywhere you send it to, some people will be able to see those credentials. So the proper way to do it is we pull it from Secret Manager here on this section. Then in this section, the values you can see here, we pulled it from Secret Manager and we stored it as this, right? Then here, we are setting it as an environment variable using this Docker build kit. So this allows us to temporarily store it just for the build process only, right? We will be able to use it to build our image, but it will not store the information anywhere on the image where other people will be able to access it. And that's what we are doing here. So we are storing it here as this. Then here, this is how we are using it. So in your build image, you are telling it that you are giving it an ID. The ID is personal access token. This is just an ID you are giving it. And you are telling it the value will be found in this secret. This you created here, and this you created here, you set it to this one, which is where you pull it here. It's kind of like you just have to use logic. We pulled it from Secret Manager. We use the set this name to pull it. Then we are just temporarily storing it in Docker build kit here as a secret. And here we are giving it an ID and we are telling it where to find it. That's all we are doing. Then you can see the command is Docker build -t. The -t is here. The same thing I showed you in AWS. The image name and the image tag. The period means that the Docker file is in the same directory we are running the Docker from, the period you guys see here. And this here, you are saying in the middle, these are all the arguments we need to specify when we are building the Docker image. So that's the only reason why our Docker image is different from our Docker build is different from the AWS one, because we need to specify some values that we want to put in when we are building the image. And once we build the image, we will remove those secrets, the personal access token secrets and the password secret. And this is just checking to see that those secrets were removed, right? I know it's a lot that I'm unloading on you guys, but you just gotta study it, right? It will make sense. And please, this part, you are allowed to ask me as much questions as you want. If there's anything you don't understand, ask your question. So that's how that Docker file, the Docker file works. So as it stands now, there's nothing you need to do to change anything here on the Docker file or on the script. There's nothing you need to do. The only thing I want you guys to do is study it. The only thing we have to do here is up here, we need to update these values. Before we update these values, does anyone have any question? So you guys understand the Docker file. You guys are not asking questions. So you understand the Docker file, everything I just explained. Or is it a lot? Is it overwhelming? Which one is it?
For me, it's overwhelming as is. I'll just go through the video.
Okay.
Yeah, same here. Your YouTube is amazing for sure. Like the fact that you record this, because outside of this session, it's actually my first session joining. So, but prior to this, I've been like on your YouTubes the entire week for the past two projects.
Okay, cool. Yes, the first time it is, but you guys should not be overwhelmed at all, right? I mean, I definitely understand, but it is pretty much the same exact thing we've done before we are doing, right? So basically, we have a Docker file. In our Docker file, it has all the script that we used last week to build our image on an EC2, right? That we used to deploy our application on an EC2. It has the same exact thing, right? So I'm saying that in this Docker file, that's what contains the image. That's what contains all the command we use on the EC2, right? Then in this Docker file, because we are going to build it in an interactive environment, there are certain things we don't want to add code into the Docker file. And we are just setting those things as an environment variable, right? Those are all these things you are seeing here, right? Then instead of running our Docker build command and opening the terminal and running the Docker build, we just created a script for it that will build it, right? So in this script is we are setting our environment variable. We are pulling our secrets from Secret Manager and setting it as an environment variable, and we are running our Docker build. And all these values you are seeing here are the values that are in our Docker file that we have entered as environment variable. That's all we are doing. Yeah. So it will make sense. It will make sense. You guys just have to. So the good thing about it is that you guys have assignment. So with the assignment, everything will make sense. So if you are able to sort through everything on the assignment, it will make sense. And guys, I do apologize. We would be over time today, because I always feel like this thing 4 hours should be enough, but it's always like it's not enough. So we will be over time. Just please bear with me. But once we build and push our image, we are pretty much done with the most of the work. So yes, so that's this Docker file. But the only thing we need to do here in this build script is we need to update this value. So for the image name, it would be Nest. That's the application we are working on, so we can call it Nest. For image tag is latest. We can leave it as latest because that's the, anytime you run this, your Docker build, it would always be on latest, right? Then for GitHub username here, you are going to enter the username of your GitHub account. So you can see here in GitHub, my username is Azeez AOS. So I'll copy this, and that is what you are going to enter here. Right. The repository name is the repository for your application code, not the repository for your Docker file. So remember, when we go in our repository here, our application code, the Nest app code, this is the repository name. So this is the name you want. So copy this. Remember, it's the name for your repository that is containing your application code, not the name of your Docker repository. So copy this and paste it here. And application code file name, right? So in this repository, we upload our application code. It is nest.zip. So the application code file name is nest. So that's why you are seeing that here. You guys give me a second. Okay, sorry. So yes, the application code name is Nest. So that's what you are saying here. Then RDS endpoint. Remember, our RDS endpoint is in our secret. We'll copy the endpoint name and we will paste that here. RDS DB name, we'll get that from Secret Manager. RDS DB name, application DB, we will paste it here. Then RDS DB username, we would also copy that from Secret Manager, admin, and we will paste it here. Then our domain name would be your domain name, www. whatever your domain name is, right? So you can get that in Route 53. Route 53 here. Postage zone, your domain name is here. So that's what I have here. I just put www. that at the end, right? Then your secret name, right? So you come back to Secret Manager. This is my secret name. I'll copy it. And I'm going to paste it here. And the region my secret is located in is US East 1, right? And that is what you are seeing here. And that's all you need to do on this file to change it. That's all you need to do to change it, right? And let me ask you guys this question. What if I don't create the Docker file this way, in the way where everything is dynamic? Because what I'm showing you here is what I'm showing you here is the way to do it in a production environment where the hidden files will be, the values that are supposed to be secrets will remain secrets, and the values that are supposed to be exposed will be exposed. So this, at least you have a copy of what the Docker file looks like in a production environment. After class today, and I can email you guys tomorrow, give me time to work on it. And I should have probably done that, but I didn't. I'm sorry to just dump all this stuff on you guys at once with the Docker thing, but I promise you it's not a lot. It's just probably because it's the first time you are looking at it. Don't be overwhelmed. So what if I create a simple Docker file that does not have all the build arguments in it? It's simple Docker file you can just run, but we would have to hard code all of our values in that Docker file. So that way you guys can run it, see, okay, in a plain Docker file, simple version of it, that all my secret personal access token and everything is hard-coded in it, this is what it looks like. Then you can now compare it to the one we did. And you just have to spend some time on it. But I promise you guys, it's not really a lot. It's just probably this is the first time you are seeing it. Because someone asked, Namde asked, is there a shorter and simpler way to make this deployment happen? Yes, it would be what I said, to create a simple version of the Docker file, but it wouldn't be ideal for a production environment. So in teaching you guys, I'm not trying to teach you guys what is simple, but I'm just trying to teach you guys what is right. Because the simple now is just because what you guys think is overwhelming is because you are doing it for the first time. It's really not a lot. You just need to spend time on it. That's all. So I'll beg you guys not to look for the simple way out, but learn it the right way the first time. So when you start work, you can have the right process on how to do something. Because if you create a Docker file at work, you're not going to go and put your personal access token there, right? Let's say I create a simple version of this Docker file, and here where we are cloning, here when we are cloning our personal access token, when we are cloning our private repository with our personal access token, you put your personal access token here, and you go and commit this same file into your GitHub repository, then someone that has access to your file can see your personal access token there. Right, so I'm trying to teach you guys what is right, not what is easy. But I'll create a simple version of this Docker file for you guys so you can see. You'll see that it's exact the same thing. The only difference in this Docker file is we are adding environment variables. That's it. Okay. So we have our Docker file, right? And our Docker file, we've pretty much update our build image, right? One thing I want you guys to do is one thing you guys have to do is on a Windows computer, if you want to make this script that I just created executable, right? I've included the commands here. So in this reference file, let me show it in preview so you guys can see. In this reference file, come down here to script permission. So in your Windows PowerShell, you are going to run this, right? So pretty much open here. You are going to right click on your Docker file. You can right click on your Docker file and click open integrated terminal, right? Then this script, you are going to execute this command here and this command here. So you can see this command is removing, if there is a flag on build and push image, you are going to run this. So this is for Windows computer. For Mac users, all you guys have to do is the same thing in Visual Studio Code. You are going to right click and open the terminal, right? And you are going to run, why is this thing getting away from me? And you are going to run this command. So it is chmod plus X, the name of the file. So it's build image. So this is wrong. So this should be a dash. So remember to change the name here. So it's not underscore, it is a dash. So this would be chmod, the name of the file you are trying to add the permission to. So this will make those files executable. So that way we can execute it as a script. I already ran this on these files before on my computer, but I'll try to execute it now. And if I run into error, that will give me an opportunity to run these commands again so you guys can see. So that is the command to build the Docker image, right? This is, you create a Docker file with all your instructions, and we have a script. So now I'm going to open my integrated terminal. Then I'm going to press to run that script in any terminal. Once you open it, you'll press period / and the name of the script. So the name is build, right? So once I type that B, I'm going to press, I can type BUI, and I'm going to press the tab key. It is going to find that script for me because I'm in the same directory. So make sure you are in the same directory. The best way to do that is right click on the script name and select open in integrated terminal. So you know you are opening your terminal into the same directory that script is in. Then once you type / in the path of the name of the script, press the tab key. It is going to complete it for you. Press enter, right? See, because this is probably because it's a new directory. That is why it is showing me this, right? I've already made my script executable, but there's for some reason on Windows, there's like this flag thing that keeps coming up. So if you guys get this, that's when you run this command, right? So I'm just going to kill this terminal. I'm going to open the terminal again, right click on that build, open an integrated terminal. And this time I'm going to run this command. So this is removing that flag from the build image and push image. So I'm just going to paste it here, press enter. So that's done, right? And now if I run my build image.ps1, see, it is now running it, right? So, oh, I know what is happening. Good, I'm glad this happened, right? So if you run your image and you get this error, I'm glad this happened. It's because you need to make sure that Docker desktop is running on your computer. So I haven't started Docker desktop on my computer. So here, I'm going to click the Docker app to start the Docker desktop. And just give it some time to start. There you go. You can see here, it says engine starting. We want this to change to engine running. So now it says engine running. I'm just going to minimize this and I'm going to run my command again. And the build, remember the build image is the first one we are running because we want to build our image first. So once I do that, I'm going to press enter. Now it is building my image. You guys can see it's the same thing as the EC2. It is running all the commands there. And I can, if the zoom thing can get out of the way, you can see it is there. It is running the yum update -y right here. Then once that is done, you can see now it is installing Git, right? And installing Git and unzip. Once that is done, it is installing the LFS1. And those are the instructions you are seeing here where my mouse is. And once that is done, it's just pretty much going to go down the list of what we have on the Docker file and install everything. For Linux user, so for Linux user, you use the SH. So that's why I have MyOI. That's why I have the in that asset. If you are using Mac or Linux, use the script in the .sh, the .sh one, the one that says Mac user. That's the one you should be using. So remember, once you add your script to the same repository as your Docker, right, your local repository, you want to make it executable. And for that one, you want to run this command. So let me update it here. It should be build and push hyphen, because the name of our file is push hyphen image, not underscore. So change that part and you should be good. So you can see it is running the 7.7 permission, setting the permission and all that stuff. I promise you guys, it's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. It's just because it is the first time you are looking at it. And this you will be required to know for work. So most of the application project I worked on, majority of it, they deploy on containers because containers is very easy, right? It's cheaper. It's cheaper than running EC2. And it's also very easy to manage. I'm telling you, you guys saw that this is the first time we are doing this, and most of the things we did is the setup. Once I build this image, the ECS part to set up the ECS is very easy. We'll get through that in no time. But the setting up part for the first time is what takes time. And once you set it up and you have your Docker file, now you can create any Docker file and build any Docker image. But I'll create a simple version of this Docker file for you guys, and I'll send it to you guys email tonight. But for now, if you still want to follow along, just in the build script, all you have to do is just update this value, right? If you see those errors when you are trying to execute the script, run this command to make it executable. For Windows, you use this. For Mac, you use this. Mac or Linux, you use this. And you should be able to build the image, no problem. So,
Ali, quick question. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say for you, for instance, in like the real world scenario, do you have this all like you're not like memorizing the entire setup, right? Like, is it as easy as just putting in that Evernote, like or OneNote, and then visiting it every time?
Yes, exactly. So you guys are not required to memorize any of this thing. I don't know every single thing here. All this it goes back to the same thing I was telling you guys. All you have to do is know what you are looking for, what you are trying to do. If you know what you are trying to do, right, you will find how to do it, right? So if I'm trying to make a script executable on a Windows computer, I just need to ask Claude, how do I make a script executable? And it will tell me. And I'll create my note, and as you are working, you will have a list of notes of commands that you run all the time, that you just create your own notes that you use. You can't be an engineer and don't have your own notes. Nobody remembers all these things offhand. So create your note. You are not required to memorize any of these things. You're just required to understand the process, which is what I'm showing you guys, the process to do something. So in this Docker file, I showed you guys the process to build a Docker image without embedding your secret in the Docker file, right? But the process of the Docker, what we need to install on the Docker image is the same exact thing we installed on the EC2, right? So you guys, please, this part, I expect you guys to once ask me as many questions about the Docker file, things you understand, things you don't understand, and I'll explain to you. But you have to dive into it and ask questions. So you just have to dive into it and ask questions. So I'm done building my Docker image, right? The next thing I'm going to do is run this push command, this push to push the Docker image, right? So here, Again, for this script, you don't have to change anything, right? There's nothing in this script. You can ignore this part. All this script is doing is it is an AWS CLI command that would check whether a repository exists in your AWS account. So now that we have built the image, let me show you here. If you type Docker image ls, the image is here. The same thing they were showing you in the AWS documentation. So now we need to push this image into a repository and save it there. That is where ECS will pull the image from. In AWS, where we will push the image to is called ECR, right? So in the script that we are using to push the image, what this command is doing is this is checking whether the repository exists. Because sometimes the repository, if you already create the repository, you don't need to recreate it, right? You can just keep pushing new versions of the image into the repository. So this script checks whether the repository exists. If the repository exists, instead, because if you are trying to create a repository and it exists, your script will fail. But this allows you to describe whether the repository exists, and if it exists, it will just keep the creation of the repository and it would start pushing your image. But if the repository does not exist, then it will run this other CLI command to create the repository for you. That is all the script is doing, this part of it, right? So when you are looking at this, ignore everything else. We have a CLI command here that is checking whether the repository exists. If it is true, it would say the repository exists and move on. If it is not, it would run this other CLI command to push it for you. Again, I'm showing you guys the process. It's the process I want you to focus on, not necessarily any of this thing. I didn't memorize it. So that's what this is doing. First, we will create our repository in ECR. Then once we create our repository, we will push our image, right? You guys can see in the Docker documentation, the AWS one I showed you. To push an image, let me show you guys real quick. So you can see here, they built the image, and here they are trying to push the image. To push the image, you can see they are also running a CLI command to create a repository, right? They create the repository. Once they create the repository, you have to retag the image we created on our computer. We will tag it to the repository. We will pretty much link them together, right? So that way we know this image, this is the repository we are sending it to. That's this we are seeing here. Then once you do that, you are going to log in into ECR. This is the command. Then once you log into ECR, you are going to push the image. So the simple version of the process you can find in this documentation that I've linked there. In our script, it is the same thing we are doing, right? Here, we create the repository up here. Then next, we are tagging it, right? That's what we are doing here. Then once we tag it, this is, you can ignore this. This is just checking. This is just error checking. It is checking whether this previous command executed successfully before it moves on, right? Then once you tag it, you log in into ECR, the same command that I just showed you in that documentation. And once you log in, you push the image. So everything you are seeing under it is just error checking. I'm including that just to show you guys how to do that, right? It's not really that important. Again, I can create a simple version of this script that doesn't have error checking, and you guys can, if that's easier. right? So on this script, again, you don't need to change anything here. All you need to do is specify the name of the repo you want to create in ACR. I'll call it Nest because that is the name of the application we are working on. The local image name is this. When we created the image and I typed Docker image ls here, this is the local image name. That is what you put here. The image tag is latest. That is what you put here. And region you are using is US East 1. You guys know is US East 1 I'm using, right? That is what you include here. And account ID is your account ID here. So if you click on your profile here, account ID is this. You copy this by clicking that box, and that is what you include here without the hyphens. And that's all you need to do with this script. So let me show you guys ECR. So in AWS, you can type ECR and container registry. You can see here under repository, I don't have any Nest thing here. So I'm going to execute this script. So it will be / the name of the script. So if you type push, just part of the name, and press the tab key, press enter, right? It's push image.ps1 because I'm running it on a Windows. On Mac or Linux, it will be push image.sh. Press enter, right? It is running that script. So you can see now it is pushing the image. So if I go to ECR and refresh here, you can see it has created the repository, and I'm just waiting for it to push the image into the repository, and we are done. We are done with it. The other part will take us less than 30 minutes to set up the ECS and all that stuff. It will take less than 30 minutes. The main part is just the whole setting up everything, because this is the first time we are doing it. That's why. So Josh said he thinks this session is really long and it is quite challenging to stay focused the whole time. Maybe shorter sessions every Saturday and Sunday. Well, Josh, I'm just here just like you guys. So it's, to me, I just feel like it just depends on how bad you guys want something, right? I feel like if you, which is why also I'm recording it. The only thing I can say is like, if you don't have the time, because I understand people have different commitments, then it's definitely understandable to leave. Then the video is recorded and you can pick up right where you left off. Part of the reason why I'm doing it this way is, as you can see, I'm offering to you guys for free. I don't have 16 weeks to do multiple sessions. So I want to show you guys everything in one. And if I have these sessions recorded in 3 different videos, different Saturdays, I don't trust that people will be able to find it in that order. So I'd rather just record everything now. I'm sitting here too. I haven't eaten anything today, right? Since I woke up, I just did stuff with my kids a little bit and I got ready to start teaching. So I'm going through the same pain you are going through sitting here, right? So it's just, I feel like that part of it being too long is just on how you want it, how bad you want it. And if it's too long, you can, like I said, take a break and then come back later and watch the recording. That's why I'm recording it, right? So, and I'm also rushing through some stuff because I do want to be respectful of you guys' time, but I feel like I've condensed a lot, and this is as much as I can condense it. I can't condense it anymore without compromising on certain things I need to point out to you guys. So I understand what you mean, but you just gotta bear with me too. You know, that's part of the pain of learning. You understand? So yeah, shorter session would probably not work because a lot of people would not be able to find all the videos for all the sessions and put it together. So even if you guys log off, I'll still continue teaching until the session is done and all the recordings will be there. and at your own time you can watch it. If you want to watch it, fine. If you guys don't want to watch it, it's also fine as well. So I think it's just depend on each individual and what the reasons why you are doing it is. But I'm here just like you guys. So all right. We've pushed the image successfully, and that's that. So we are pretty much done. So basically, everything we've done so far, the next time you are working on any Docker project, you don't need to do any of those setup. All those setup, you will leave it there. The CLI, the personal access token, and all that stuff. You just need to set up your AWS service, create your Docker file, run your Docker build, push your image to ECR. Once your image is in ECR, you are done. So really, we are done with the difficult part of the work. The rest of the things we are going to set up, literally, we can do everything in less than 30 minutes. And we'll see our application running. Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any question? All right. Okay. So my image is in ECR. We've pushed it. So next, we are going to create an application load balancer, right? To be able to distribute our traffic and to be able to distribute our traffic and all that stuff. So the same process of how our application load balancer works in the previous project. So let's go to EC2. And select EC2 under service, right? Then we are going to select target groups and click create target group, right? Because remember, the first thing we have to do is create our target group. For this target type, remember last week for the EC2 deployment, we use EC2. For the other deployment, we are going to use IP. Because for the containers, that's how you will be able to identify them. You use IP address, not EC2. So here you select IP, you give your target group a name. I'm going to call it dev nest target group. All right, so where was I? Let me just move this here. All right, going to paste that. All right, protocol is going to be HTTP port 80. We'll leave that as default. IP address type is going to be IPv4. Under VPC, we are going to select our dev VPC. This will leave it as default. Under health check settings, we'll leave this as default. Under advanced health checks, you have to scroll down here. Remember, we need to add 200, 301, 302. The 301 and 302 is for when we are redirecting HTTP traffic to HTTPS. So we are telling it when you see that code, it's not an error. Then, and click next. Aman, I'll be with you just a second. So here on this page, we are going to register a target, right? We don't have any targets to register now because we haven't created our container. That's fine. Leave this as default and scroll down. What you are seeing here is the CIDR block for our VPC. So you can see our VPC is 10.0.0. So when it is creating our container, it will just use that same CIDR block range to create the container IP. So here, click next and create target group. I promise you guys, we're almost done. You see the ECS part is the easiest setup. The main thing you will have to understand with this, what I'm showing you guys today, I showed you guys how to clone a repository, how to set up AWS CLI, configure the credentials on computer, how to push a large file to GitHub repository, create a Docker file creation process, running a Docker file, pushing the image, right? That's the main thing you just have to focus on, right, for today. But the ECS part is very simple. All right, Haman, go ahead.
All right, Azeez, last time we wrote on a health check configuring the target group. On success codes, we wrote 200, 300, and 301. So today we are writing 301 and 302. I want to know what's the difference.
No, last time we did 301 and 302 as well.
All right. All right.
Yeah, it was the same one we did last time.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we've created our target group. Now we'll create our load balancer. So I click load balancers here, create load balancer, the same process as the EC2 application load balancer. We'll click create. Here, I'm going to click copy the name that I want to use for it. I'll paste it here. Internet facing, it's going to be internet facing IPv4. Network mapping, I'm going to select dev VPC, right? Here, availability zone, I'm going to select the availability zone here, which is USS 1A. And in USS 1A, you will put it in the public subnet. Remember, application load balancer has connection to the public subnet, not private. Then USS 1B, we'll also do the same thing, public subnet in that region, in that availability zone. Then once you do that, scroll down, security group, we are going to remove this and select the ALB security group. ALB security group, right? Then listeners, right? We will have listeners on port 80. Remember, for our port 80 listener, we are going to redirect that traffic to HTTPS, and it will be the full URL. So I'm just configuring my listener now. Last week, we configured it afterwards, but I'm configuring my HTTP listener would redirect traffic to HTTPS. And here, I'm going to click add another listener. Add another listener, which is here, the second one. So the first one I just created is this 81. So the new one is this. Change this to HTTPS 443. And we'll leave all this as default. It will be forwarding traffic to the HTTPS one will be forwarding traffic to our target group. So here you select your target group, scroll down, and that's all we need to do here on this listener, right? Remember, we have two listeners, HTTP and HTTPS. HTTPS, forwarding traffic to target group. Then if you scroll down here, security policy, we'll leave it as default. And certificate from ACM, we already have a certificate. We'll click that to add our certificate, and everything else is default here. So scroll all the way down and click create load balancer. So once we create the load balancer, the main thing we want to check here is, if you scroll down, port 80 for under listeners, port 80 is redirecting traffic to HTTPS, and port 443 is forwarding traffic to our target group. Remember, internet traffic, port 80 is when a traffic is not secure, port 443 is when it is secure. So that's what this is. And we are done with that, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is the ECS setup, right? Before the ECS setup, we will create the roles that our ECS will need, the permission that our ECS will need. We'll create our cluster and create our tax definition and ECS service, and we are done. And the rest is just setting up, connecting it to Route 53. So this is the last part. This part should take less than 10 minutes, right? So, and I do apologize too, because I'm trying to be respectful of you guys' time, but in working on something like this, there's only so much we can condense into one small thing.
Yeah, but Aziz, to be honest, it's not your fault. It's how what we're doing is, it takes time, and most of people have questions as well. So I feel like we're on the right track, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Keep doing that.
Thank you.
Like I said, YouTube it was the best finder. This is my first meeting session today, and the way I was able to catch up is to break up your 5-hour sessions throughout the entire week. So it's working perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I just don't want to do multiple sessions where I'm recording it in multiple session because then it will be hard for people to find all the sessions. So I rather just, even if nobody's here, I will continue recording until I'm done. Then you guys can watch it at your own time. All right. So we need to create 3 rows. First 3 rows. The first row will be the task execution row. And I believe the task execution row is for your ECS service to be able to access, to be able to pull your image from ECR. That row allows it to pull image from ECR. Then the task row is the application that is running on your container. If they need to access any other service like S3 and things, that task row will allow them to do it. And since we are connecting it to a load balancer, now in AWS, you need to create a row for the load balancer too. So those are the things we'll create. Then we'll create our ECS cluster, task definition, ECS service, and we'll be done. Then we'll just connect it and we'll be done. So let's create the row. So here I'm going to go to IAM and select IAM under service. And I'm going to click rows here. Click create row. For the service here, type Elastic Container Service. So look for Elastic Container Service here. And I've included what you need to select in this naming convention. So in this naming convention, right, for the rows you need to create, once you select Elastic Container Service, you need to select the Elastic Container Service tags. So here, once you select Elastic Container Service, look for the one that says Elastic Container Service tags, that one. Select that one. Then click next. Then for the Elastic Container Service tags, right, this is the name we will give it, right? The name we'll give it. And the policy we will attach to it is the Amazon ECS task execution policy. So here, we'll just type Amazon ECS tax. So once you type part of the name, you'll see it here. This is the policy we want to attach to it. Select this and click next. Then for the row name, just paste the row name that I gave you. This is dev row ECS tax execution, right? So once you add that, scroll down, click create row. We've created that row. Let's create the next row. We'll click create row, right? It is going to be Elastic Container row, and it will be, you want to look for Elastic Container Service tags. So here, we are going to type Elastic Container Service. And out of all this option, the one you are looking for is Elastic Container Service tags. So here, look for Elastic Container Service tags right here. Let me just make sure I'm selecting the right one. So it's pretty much the same one as the first one, right? So Elastic Container Service tags, right? Click next. Then the policies you want to add to these ones are, I'm going to copy the name that I'm going to use first. The policies you want to add to this one is Amazon S3 read-only access, CloudWatch logs. Let's just do it one by one. So I'm just here. I'm going to type Amazon S3 read-only access, CloudWatch log full access. So yeah, type CloudWatch logs full access. Then Secret Manager read write. So here we'll look for Secrets Manager read write. Then the last one is going to be Amazon SSM full access. So it's Amazon SSM full access right here. So once you select all 4 policies, click next. We'll give it a name. We'll paste the name here. And yeah, Mr. Wiley, go ahead.
Yeah, please, how do you come up with this policy you are attaching? Do you get them through the documentation, or how do you?
Yes, it came straight from the AWS documentation, and I can include the link in you guys' project file as well.
Okay.
I can include the link in the documentation as well. Like the file that I gave you guys, I will include the link there. So, so I'm going to scroll down here once you give it a name, and I'm going to click create role. So it's just because. So for example, anything I show you guys is in the documentation, and for this one, I will include the link. So let me just say deploy. Deploy ECS Fargate. Right. Or just you can do ECS tax role. Right. So if you see ECS tax IAM role, if you go in that documentation, right? Creating ECS tax role, right? So you can see here. I want one, this one is given like, I want one that just gives you the overall policies.
Aziz,
Yes.
you know what? Just continue. Maybe you can show us in another video,
Okay. Yeah, sure.
so
Sure.
that instead of you
Okay.
dilute.
All right. Yes. But everything I'm showing you guys is in the documentation. So again, you guys' job as a cloud engineer is not to go from like the first time you do something to be able to deploy it in the first time. There's research that goes to deploying anything. You have trials and error, you will test things. That's why there's testing environment to test stuff. So all this stuff is from research. I was able to find all the things that I need. And that's what I've documented for you guys. Okay, so the next row we need to create is this ALB row. So while we are still in the row, we'll click create row, right? And this will also be Elastic Container Service, right? And here we need to find the Elastic Container Service for load balancer. So look for Elastic Container Service for load balancer here. So once you select that, click next. Right here, when you click that, it already automatically adds the policy for you, but this is the policy. I just also add it here so you know it's the right policy. So it has added for you, and click next. So you can see here, just give it a name. I'll paste the name that I created for it. No, not that one. So I need to copy this one. Copy this name and paste it here. Right. And you can see the policy here. And click create row. That's all the rows we need to create. So next thing we'll do now is create our cluster. The ECS part is so easy, right? So easy to set up. So let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. So yeah, we need to create our cluster, tax definition, and the service. So the cluster is anytime you are creating an ECS service, you first need to create the cluster, right? I guess the cluster is pretty much where you can, it's like the foundation of it where you can have as many containers running in it, right? So the cluster is the first thing you need to create. That's the first step. I can find a better definition for you guys. So here, I'm just going to go to ECS, right? We'll create, you guys will see how simple this is. You select clusters here, click create cluster, right? Give the cluster a name. I'm just going to use the name. I'll call it DevNest ECS cluster, right? So service connection, if you want to connect it, that, and anything that is optional, you can leave it. So it is going to be Fargate. Fargate means Fargate is actually serverless, means that you're not going to see the Fargate server. AWS is managing it for you on the back end, right? So that's what we want. Monitoring, here, we can enable this container insight. So that way, if there's anything, any failure, we will get we can see the logs, right? And here, everything else, we leave everything else as default. So here, we just give it a name, Fargate, select enable container insight, and scroll down and click create. That's how you create the cluster. That is done. So the next thing we are going to create is the task definition. The task definition, think of it as when we created, the auto-scaling group, right? We created a launch template that has the configuration of, we want to use the EC2 that has this AMI instance type and all that stuff. For the service is the service is what will create our containers, but the service needs the configuration of what our container needs to be. And the configuration of what your container needs to have, that's what you create in your task definition. So that's why we need a task definition. So here you select task definition, click new task definition, new, right? Give the task definition a name. You can use this name here. I called it dev next TD. Paste it here. Infrastructure requirement, we are using AWS Fargate because we want AWS to manage it for us. So when I was testing this on a Windows and Mac computer, and I'll show you guys on the ones of you guys that are on Mac computer. Juliet, after deploying this on GitHub, can we delete it locally? You mean after building your image? Yes. Once you build your image and you push it to ECR, you can delete it from your computer. If it is taking space on your computer, you can delete it. And I'll show you how to delete it at the end. The command is actually on the files that I gave you guys. If you run that command, it will remove pretty much that image and any other image you have on your computer. I have to mention, but I'll mention that. I'll show you later. All right. So here, when I was building this, when I was working on this on Windows computer, right? If you build your Docker image on a Windows computer, under operating system, you will select this 84. You will leave it as default. But some Mac computer, if you build your image on it, you need to select this Linux ham 64. But it depends on the setting of your Mac, what type of chip your Mac computer have. So I don't know for sure what Mac computer you have, but let me show you guys. I'm just going to open my email real quick. I think I emailed it to myself. I just forgot to save it. So let me find it. Okay. So if you create your task definition on a Mac, you build your Docker image on a Mac computer, and when you now create your service, it is failing, and you see this error here. I'm pointing it out now. You see this error here. All you have to do is come back to your task definition, and I'll show you how to do that when we are done. Come back to your task definition, update it, and select ham. So that is what is causing this error. So that's just what I want to point out. And that only happens for when you build your image on Mac. So for those that build their image on Windows, leave it on this 86. Then scroll down here. We'll leave us this as default. So here under the tax row, select this drop down and select your row ECS tax. Then for task execution role, select this drop down, select your role, ECS task execution role. And task placement, we are not going to do anything here. Here, we are not going to do anything here. Container name, this is the name of our container. Let me see if I include a container name. I didn't. So you can call the container Nest, since that's the name of our application, call it Nest, right? Then here, you have to select your container URI, right? Your image URI, the image we push to ECR that we want to use. So here, select this ECR, that will open a new tab. Come here and repositories. You see that Nest here, select it. And here you will see the latest, select the latest and click this to copy it, the URI. Then here we are going to paste the image name there. Once you paste the image name, all this remains default. All this remains default. Scroll down. Environment variables, we're not using it. We're not going to set environment variables because we already kind of put all of our information in the image. So, but if you guys want to see this, I can show you some other time. So we'll scroll down here. Login. We are going to, this is checked. We're going to leave that as default. And start policy, all these are optional. So here we can just show it. Health checks, we don't need to do anything here. Startup, we don't need to do here. Container timeout, we'll leave all that as default. Network settings, nothing there. Docker configuration, nothing. So all this you can see they are optional. You really don't need to do anything there, right? And we'll leave them as that, right? Port storage is optional. We'll leave the default. Monitoring, optional, right? We'll leave it as default. So really all you need to enter here is, let me show you guys again. Your name, the launch type is Fargate, and the architecture, Windows user, leave it on this. You enter your role, your task role, task execution role, your container name, your image URI, and that's pretty much all you need to do. And you enable, login is already enabled here, and you scroll down and click create. And it has created the task definition, right? So the next thing we need to do is create the service. So here, we are going to go back to the cluster. So the task definition, if you click view task definition, right, we are already in it. So that's what you are seeing. This is the task definition here, and it is currently on version 1. AWS don't delete your task definition. AWS will just hide it. So as you update your task definition, this will change to 2, 3, 4, and so on. So the next thing we need to do is create our service. The service is what would create the container. So you click on your cluster, right? In your cluster, you'll be on the service tab here, then click create. Then the first thing you are going to do is select your task definition here. That's the dev task definition we just created. The revision, right? The latest one is 1, so I'm going to select that, right? Then you give it your service name. For the service name, use the name I gave you, which is this. Or AWS automatically creates a default one for you. You can also use the default one, but I'll use my own name. Right, service. And environment, we'll leave this as default. It is Fargate, platform, latest, troubleshooting configuration, right? If you want to enable turn on ECS exec. So this is how you can connect into your containers if you need to troubleshoot. So we can turn this on. Then deployment configuration, desired tags. This is how many tags you want running. Tags, think of tags as your containers. So one tag is like one container, right? So tags will say 1, and availability zone rebalancing, we'll just leave this as an option. So here, let's see what's here. Under deployment, right? Leave it on this rolling update. That's fine. So this is the type of how your containers will come up when old ones are going down and new ones are coming in. You can leave it on the rolling update. Deployment failure, right? The default is fine. Networking, we are going to clear the current selection here, then change our VPC to the dev VPC. And the subnet we want to use is our private app. So for under the private subnet, we'll select private app EZ1, private app EZ2, and click up. Then here we'll select our security groups, remove this, select an existing security group, and we will select the container security group. It's the one I call CNTNR, container security group. This says with the container have an public IP address, no, because they are a private container. We don't want a public IP address, so uncheck that. Service connection, this is optional. We don't have to do anything here. Service discovery, nothing there. Load balancing, yes, we want to do something here. So click use load balancing, right? Here, it has already selected our VPC, then application load balancer. And here, we already have our load balancer. So we'll click use an existing load balancer. And here, we'll select our load balancer. Then under listener, use existing listener. Here, we'll select the 443 because we already configured the redirecting whole thing. So let's just select it here, 443. Then under target group, we will use existing target group, and you can see that's already selecting our dev target group, right? Under VPC lattice, is that how you say that? Nothing there. Auto scaling, yes, we want to create auto scaling. So we'll check this, use auto scaling. Minimum number of tags, how many containers do we want? 1. Maximum number of tags, how many containers do we want? We'll say 2. So it means that when we are scaling down, we'll scale to 1. When we are scaling up, we'll scale to maximum 2. Target scaling here, and we'll just use that target scaling. Then we'll do a scaling policy. Let's give the scaling policy a name. That is what I put here. So you can copy this name. So I just put the name for you guys so you guys won't be confused on what name you should use. So naming policy, then here under ECS service metrics. So this is the type of policy you want to use to scale. If your CPU utilization is more than this, I want to scale down, right? So we will use CPU utilization because that's the main one your company will use, because you don't want to leave anything running if people are not using it. So here we are just saying if our CPU utilization, the average is 70, then take action. If the average is 70, take action, right? So if the average is below 70, I think it will remove the server. And if average is above 70, it would add server, right? So that's what that means. And these are just the cooldown period before the auto scaling group starts another checking and adding server. So we'll just leave the default value here. Volume, we don't need to do anything here. Tags, we don't need to do anything here. We'll click create. So if I've done everything right, it is creating my service, right? The service will create the tags, which will be the container. You see the container there. My application load balancer target group, all the health checks should pass. Then once we verify that all that stuff is done, we should be able to access our website. So fingers crossed, we would select this service here. So once you create the service, select it. You can see one task is pending. It is creating the task. If you want to see the events going on with your ECS, right? If you click on that event, it is showing you here how when it creates something, it will say on this date created this. If it removes anything, you will see it here. So all that stuff you will see here. Under network and configuration, this is where you will see on the cloud formation stack. Did you guys know when you guys create an ECS cluster in AWS, when we go and create the cluster, AWS is actually using cloud formation to create the cluster. So that's why you guys are seeing the cloud formation stack here. So this will take you to the cloud formation stack that created the cluster. The tax definition we are using is here, right? So pretty much all the information about auto scaling is here. Logs, if there is any issue with your stuff, with your tax, you'll see that here, right? So we're just going to metrics here, health and metrics. You can see now I have one. This is what you guys want. You want to see one running because we only specify one for our desired tax, right? There is one for our desired tax and it is running. I don't see it failing. That makes me happy, right? But just in case, if you see anything failing, this is how you guys troubleshoot. If you see anything failing, come to your tax over here, right? You will see the tax that is being launched here, right? You will see the tax that's being launched, or you can even come to events, right? You will see the tax that it launched. The same thing, if you click on it, it will take you into the tax. If you select the logs for the tax, remember this image I was showing you guys earlier, this image, you can see that's where I got it from. So kind of look at, you guys can take a screenshot of this and look at the directory of where I was. So I was in the service, then I clicked on the service, then I was in the tax, and this is the tax number. Then in the tax number, it was already showing me that day. Or if you click the logs in the tax, it will also show you that day, right? So that's where you find it, right? So this is for troubleshooting purpose. So for when you guys deploy, where was I? Yeah. So when you guys deploy, if anything is failing, you go and look at the tax that is failing, check the logs. It will tell you why it is failing. Then you can start your troubleshooting from there. So for my sake, my service here, I'm looking at it. One is running, nothing is failing. This is my target group, load balancer, target group. You want to check that target group, right? You can see my target group. I have one target. It is healthy. If I scroll here, you can see the container here, one tax. That's the container. It says healthy, nothing is failing. So all I need to do now is connect my Route 53. So I'm going to come here to Route 53. Sorry. Route 53. Right? Select your hosted zone. Then select here, create record. And I'm going to www, my domain name, alias to, traffic to, application, and classic load balancer. I'll select my region, US East 1, Northern Virginia. I'll select that. Then in this region, I'll select my load balancer. Then it's simple scaling and click create record. So once you create your record, you'll see it here. You can click view status to make sure this changed to in sync. Once this has changed, we should be able to access our site that it is running on ECS Fargate container. Let's give it a second. I'm going to refresh here. Give it a second. In sync, right? Once it is in sync, I'm going to now go back to my domain name. I'm going to select my domain name again, the one I created, the A record, say this one. Can copy the domain name here. I'm going to open a new tab, paste it here, and press enter. And there you go. I can access my site. This is a full production site running on an ECS Fargate container. And this is it from one of my projects that I was, well, many of my projects that I was working on, this is like, we were running all of our application on Fargate containers, and this is how it was done. So what I showed you guys today is not the simple step, but the proper step. I know there's part of it that was challenging to understand. It should be, it's supposed to be, but, and it's only challenging because you need to spend more time on it. Once you start spending more time on it, it will make sense. You understand it. The Docker part, I know you guys like, freaking out on that Docker part. Not freaking out, but you guys is like, what's this? But I guarantee you that Docker part is easy. I would, like I said, give me time today. My sister is actually having a naming ceremony today, which I'm late for, but give me time. Sometime tomorrow, I will create a simple version of that Docker file. In that simple version, all of our values will be hard-coded in it. But I'm also telling you, that is not how you're going to deploy it in a production environment. How I showed you today is the safest and secure way to deploy it in a production environment. So my goal is to show you guys the proper way, not the easy way. But I'll create the simple Docker file for you guys. And the simple Docker file and the push one, I'll create that for you guys. And that's pretty much it. And we are done with this project. Does anyone have any question real quick before we?
I have a question as this was
Yeah, sure.
private.
Sure.
Azeez, I don't have a question, but I've been trying to reach out to you since privately for a little conversation.
Okay.
Azeez, do you remember 2 weeks ago I was supposed to see you when you said you want to call us back, but I don't know how you're gonna do it. Can we meet us tomorrow?
To be honest with you guys, I probably won't have time today, but tomorrow I may have time.
Yeah, tomorrow. Right. You're gonna give me time tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. So I can probably just I'll set a reminder now, and I'm just going to call you guys on Slack tomorrow. So I'll call you on Slack, so your Slack should ring. If you have Slack on your phone, you should get a call just like a regular call. If not,
no, I don't have it on my phone.
I have it on my phone. It's okay.
Okay, sure.
I'll download it on my phone.
Hi, Azeez.
Hello.
Yeah, greetings. Thank you very much. This is really awesome. I just have a few contribution to make. I noticed that a lot of people stop you halfway to ask some questions, which is okay, but you did mention that there are times that you make like appropriate time for those questions to happen. And I also observed that a lot of people may be doing it along as you are doing it. And one thing that I know is that takes a lot of concentration out. That's why when you get to a point, then somebody will really bring you back that, oh, I didn't see what happened here. The best to get, how to get the best out of this is concentrate on it, take notes instead of following through every steps like you are memorizing. That you're not going to get the best out of it. Take notes. Once it is done, try to do it yourself. You are going to have errors, then you research on it, you fix it, then you do the assignment. But if you want to finish it as the moment Azeez is finishing, then you are done. That you're not going to get much of the learning, and it's always going to be, oh, I ran into this error and we have to fix it. Run into it. Do it yourself, get that errors, fix it yourself. Once you are done, then now you do the project. Then it will going to be awesome for you. That's what I do. I don't do it as it's happening. I take notes, then I do it without watching. That's you are going to retain a lot.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. So I kind of like didn't remind everyone today. Yeah, so that's actually a good suggestion. I never thought about it. I just thought you guys would follow along. But again, the main thing he said is, Vic, you don't have to, your email, you don't need to, we're not doing attendance for you guys, for you. If you're on Zoom, you don't need attendance. It's for people that are on YouTube, right? So, so the people on YouTube, just give me a second. I think I'll create a form real quick that you guys can fill. So, yeah, so I agree. I think the best way is probably watch, take notes on certain things, try to get, that's what I'm saying. All the commands I showed you guys, I use Claude to get those commands. I didn't remember, I don't know them off it. And if you ask me, to type any of those commands now, I don't know how to type them. I don't remember, except for like the easy ones that I can remember, right? So the main thing I'm trying to teach you guys is the full concept. If you guys understand the full concept of what we are doing, why are we doing something? And again, the best place you guys will start, which is, I'm telling you guys, I spent a lot of time working on these things. It took me 5 days just to create all this stuff, right? The best place to start is the agenda, right? Everything I showed you guys today came from the agenda. You guys are seeing, we started with the VPC, things we already have in our VPC from last week, NAT Gateway, security group. Start with the security group here. We created 4 security groups. Why do we need that security group? Look at the reference architecture. Connect it to the reference architecture, make it make sense to you, right? Then from there, we created our RDS, migrate our data into it, and we saw our secret and secret manager. Why did I explain what the reasons why I had to do that? Then really what Captain said is right. You don't, I've always said this, to don't follow along with me. And once you are done here today and you take it as you are done, that is not you learning. I imagine we're spending 5 hours now here today. I've spent all week working on this project, creating the coursework for you guys, and also deploying the application multiple times just to make sure I'm checking everywhere, making sure that it works on Windows, works on Mac. That's the amount of work I've put in it. And I was doing it while I was also watching my son here at night. So I had to feed him, do all that stuff. So I'm telling you guys, there's just work involved. I don't know any other way to tell you guys. You're trying to make a lot of money. It's not just going to just come easy on your lap. But the good thing about this is, like, once you've done it once and you understand it for life. The only issue you guys are having now is because it's the first time it is being introduced to you in this way. So your brain is trying to scramble. Just hang in there. Everything makes sense. There's nothing difficult here that you can't understand. You just need to spend more time on it. So yes, I agree with what he said. Maybe the best thing would be to take notes, follow along from the project agenda. Then from the project agenda, anything that stands out to you, take notes from there. Then try to deploy it on your own at the end, then complete the assignment. So I do agree. So it does take work. It does take work. I'm very respectful of you guys' time, but I couldn't condense it any smaller than what I did now today. And I understand there's like questions here and there, but that's it. Yeah. So, but thank you guys for staying around. I'm actually very proud of you guys on the Zoom call. None of you guys dropped. I would think you guys are the ones that will even drop. So I'm looking at the number of people I have here, and it's still the same number of people the whole time. So, but thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it for sticking here with me. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, not necessarily a question, like I said, just to add on that your recordings, like I said, are gold since this is my first session. So Zoom. So I definitely learned that way that the recorded sessions will tell you is everything. But to add on, can you please send me the because the only issue I had was the first project. I didn't get the content of it. I never got that email. So I got pretty much content of project 2 and I watched the videos of project 1. And I was familiar with creating VPCs anyway, so that was good. But just, if you can just send me that project 1 content, that'd be good.
Okay, yeah. So that's good. Yeah, that's true. So I would send. So I think what I forgot to do is include it in the email.
Yeah.
No,
I'm also experiencing the same thing. Content 2 and 3. The first one, I got it, the email that sends everything.
What's going on?
Yeah, but my 2 and 3, it's not coming through. I did not get the one for today.
I got all the emails from content 1. It was just, the downloadable stuff. Like, so I wasn't able to put in exact zips, but I did have like past tense, zips, the files that I could have used. But certain things, it made me, so I just figured to ask you if you can resend that. Appreciate it. I'll text.
Yeah, so I think it's probably because I'm doing all this mass sending the email. So maybe some of the emails are dropping here and there. So I'm going to that, which is why I kind of want to take attendance. So I know I only want to focus on the people that are here and serious about learning, and I can send it to the right people. So I'll double check Daniel and I'll double check Israel. But mainly in the recording on YouTube, I always upload the project assets there in the video description. I don't think I did the one for project one. So check in the description, you should see the asset for project one. I think I either missed one, either project one or project two.
It's one
So,
for me, yeah. It
so
was
if you
like the download. I got the video, and it was actually maybe it was the email for project two actually, because in that email
yeah,
it said this is what we're gonna do in project two, with the downloads, and then here's project one from previously, but it was just only the video. And so I'm guessing
okay,
I only got I guess that was actually the project two email. I never
okay,
got the first one.
okay. I will check. I'll make sure I check all those things. Okay, so for those on YouTube, this is what I want you guys to do. So this is the attendance part. So here, just let me know and let me know if you can edit this file, like type your information there. So just go on that. Just go on there and enter your email. That's all I need. And I'm just only going to forward the next project to people that are on that email. That's it. So you guys confirm if you can access it. And I'm going to check it here, whether I'm seeing you guys there. Okay, I can see you guys there. And please don't, I think since you guys can access it, please don't change anyone's email in there. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it without letting anyone change anything. But yeah, just fill your email there and I'll send you guys the next assignment. So the next assignment will be Kubernetes next week. Kubernetes should not take that long. Maybe the explaining part will, but in Kubernetes, we need to build our image. We already built our image from this project. So Kubernetes, really, we are just launching our EKS service and doing it. So stuff we did today with the setting up our repo and all that stuff, we won't have to do it with Kubernetes. We are pretty much halfway done with the Kubernetes project.
So, Azeez, I got a question. Like the Docker file we use, we build it from the scratch, right? But at work, is there going to be template that we just have to make modification to, or we just have to build it?
No, at work, most likely if there's an application at work, they will probably have already built it. Or if you guys are deploying a new application, you guys will build it together. So even if everything we did today, there's none of these things you'll be doing by yourself. You have team around you that you are working with. So the main thing is just do your part now, come in with knowledge so that way you are also a valuable member of the team and contributing, right? So yes, so and your company might have their own, like this other company I used to work with, they have their own base image they want you to use, right? So they will have different things. But in deploying the application, you just have to still understand the process of what is included on the Docker file and what is working, what is not. Like it's just the whole concept of it. I feel like if you guys just look at the process of what we are doing, you will understand. Like just focus on the high level knowledge, not so much the commands under it. Why at this section and for the Docker file, I included the section here, like this section, right? And this section, like just try to understand, take it section by section and try to understand what is under that section and why we are doing it. I feel like in this project, this is where you will spend the most time. And once you spend your time there, you will understand, honestly. There's one last thing I forgot to show you guys is, you guys see in this repo for our Docker file we created, we have all these files here, right? It's showing green, meaning that I just had this file and I haven't pushed it to my remote repository. So how you can push this to your remote repository is I just want to make sure I'm saying. So how you guys can push this to your remote repository is, I don't know, I'm sorry, a second. So how you can push this to your remote repository is in this quick reference tab, right? If you click this here, you will see the commands here. Let me save this file. Save. So you'll see the commands here, right? So the process to push any image is the command is here, and we can touch more on it next week, right? It is here, right? So you open your integrated terminal, right? You can run git status. That will just show you the status of your file. You can run git add. I think this git add will add all the files. Right? So here, let's just run it together. So here, I'll run git status. So it's showing me that that I have some files on track, right? Then you just you run this git add, and this is going to add all the files, all these files here. It's going to add them, right? So let me run that git status again. So you can see it has added all the files. It is saying all the files are added here. So now all you need to do is run this command, the next one, git commit, and this is going to commit all the files that I just add, because that's how Git works. And you guys can watch some tutorials on Git to get it better. I just know the workflow of it, and I just try to use the workflow. So once you add all the files, I don't like how this is doing like this. Once you add all the files, then you are going to commit it. You need to commit it. When you commit something, you must put the -m and a message. The message is just anything you want, whatever. Pretty much that's where you explain what you did in short words. You can't type a whole sentence there, just short words. You put it there. So I'll paste it. I press enter. So once you commit it, then the next one is git push. So this is going to push everything that I just did here. You can see those files are no longer green. I'll now type the git, run the git push, origin to main. It has pushed it. So now if I go in my GitHub repository here, it is the AWS projects one. You can see the Docker is there. If I click on that Docker, next tab, you can see everything is here. So that's the workflow. This is the workflow you'll be using at work every single day. Cloning repository, pushing it back. So I just want to point that out. And that's it. We are done. So all this stuff is here, in all these references here for you guys too. We'll still work on git add, git push on other projects to come. So it's not just today's project. So that's everything. So and also in this file, there is I included what you need to do. Project cleanup, right? Project cleanup is here. So what you need to do to clean up. So delete your record in Route 53, delete ECS service. And if there's anything you don't need to delete, there's an option here, and I told you why you can leave it, right? So these are the things you need to delete. For those that are following along, if you need to delete anything, go. I feel like we've done 3 projects now that you guys should be very familiar with how to remove your resources. So here's the document for project 3, things you need to delete in the order. So start at the top, Route 53. Under ECS, the things you need to remove: delete ECS service, tax definition is optional, ECS cluster, ACR, you don't have to delete it. So I put it as optional, application load balancer, delete. So anything you see optional there, you can leave. It's up to you. And anything you don't see optional next to, those are the things you need to delete.
So when you say optional, that means that AWS will not charge for those ones.
Exactly, correct. So for this ECS Secret Manager, I was, yeah, let's delete that one, because we are going to create a new RDS next week and redo it. So yeah, let's delete that one. But the only thing is save your personal access token somewhere. Your personal access, before you delete it, save your personal access token somewhere, because we can still use the same personal access token next week. To be honest, we don't need it because we already built our image. So we won't be rebuilding an image when we are doing the Kubernetes project. So if you want to delete it, you can delete it. But once I work on the project, I'll be able to figure out what we need. But this is project 3 cleanup. The file is there in the project information. All right, I'm going to delete all my stuff later because I don't want to keep you guys here too long, more than this. Thank you guys. Is everyone, I'm going to close this form now where I ask you guys to enter your email. Has everyone entered their email on YouTube before I close it? If you missed, once I close it, if you missed not entering your information here, just send me an email here. Send me an email here and I'll add you.
Can I still talk to you after you leave?
If I end now, I only have about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hi, Azeez. Do we have to send you email here or?
No, you don't have to. If you're on the Zoom call,
we don't have to. Okay, thank you.
There's only people on YouTube.
Thank you so much for today's lecture. It was so great.
You're welcome.
And very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah,
Thank you.
in case if I close it, you guys can, if you missed it, just send me an email there. And
Hello, Azeez. Can you give me 5 minutes after this call?
I actually only have 5 minutes in total. To be honest, my sister has a naming ceremony today because I'm Yoruba. My sister had the baby last week, and 1 week after the baby, we always have naming ceremony. It started at 4. I'm like an hour and a half late, and I still haven't even got ready.
Okay, can you give me? Can you reply me on the Slack after this call, or tomorrow, or day after tomorrow?
Sure, I will. Okay. As soon as I'm available, I'll respond to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
It's been really, really amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Azeez, for today. I really enjoyed the class. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Enjoy. Have a good rest of your weekend, Azeez. Enjoy.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a good weekend, guys. I will speak to you.
Yeah, same here, Azeez. Bye-bye. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Enjoy your weekend and your
you.
party.
Mr. Emmanuel.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this is Mr. Abel. Can I call you maybe tomorrow, sometime tomorrow on Slack?
Okay.
You mind?
What time?
So those on YouTube, are you done?
When is available? When are you available?
Are you done filling the information?
Can we speak after this class now?
I'm going to close it now.
Okay. Through what?
And if you missed it, just send me the email. All right. Because I do have to. So I'm going to close it now. Okay. Then you guys can.
Hi, Azeez. Message just some of us, we would like to talk to you. And would it be possible to have a separate class, a Zoom call like this, and then whoever has questions to come to that class?
Yeah, sure. If you guys want to do one tomorrow, I can make time.
I think that's a good idea for everybody here. I think I don't know what others say, but I think that's what
I'm available. I know the time.
Yeah, sure. If you guys just want to do a Zoom call tomorrow for like 1 hour where I'll answer any questions you have, I can set up one for tomorrow. More like in the afternoon. I'll say maybe like 4 or 5 p.m. my time. Or if that's too late, I can do earlier time. I just have to. It just depends on how many people. Yeah, but I can do a Zoom call tomorrow.
Hello, Azeez. Edgar here. Question
Hi,
for you.
Edgar.
So, is there any difference between the video and AWS notes and the project tree that we're currently working on? Because like I already completely deployed and then run this it was like long time ago, but I was just wondering if it's still the same.
It's the same, but there is like this one. There's like the process I'm showing you how to. There's certain things that has been refined. For example, the flyway, using the flyway to migrate the data, also storing the secrets in Secret Manager, and how to pull in our Docker build. You see that we are pulling our secrets from Secret Manager, but we are not embedding it in the Docker image. But that's the only difference. But it's 95% accurate to that
Okay,
one.
so that would be the same for that, like, Kubernetes for.
Yes, it's going to be the same process. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I already successfully deployed that before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Share. Okay. Let me, what else am I doing here? Okay, I'm just going to restrict this. Okay, done. So, like I said, those are on YouTube. If you missed it, just send me an email. Send me an email to my email here and I'll add you. And that's pretty much it. So thank you guys. It was fun working on this project. Sorry it took long, but usually that's the price you have to pay. And
The call on tomorrow.
I would see you guys next week. And for some of you, I'll let you guys know in the
tomorrow.
Slack if I'm doing any Zoom tomorrow. I'll send you guys a message in Slack. Mr. Wale, I think Walezo. So can you call me?
You said you're
Can
gonna
you?
call me tomorrow, right?
Yes, tomorrow I'll let you guys know. Either I'm doing Slack, either I'm doing Zoom call or I'll call you personally. I'll let you guys know tonight. All
Call
right.
you where? On Zoom?
Not on Zoom, on Slack.
Slack, okay.
All right. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Azeez.
No
Thank you.
problem. No problem. Thank you. Have
Thank you, Azeez. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
You
Bye.
too. Bye. Nice weekend. So thank you guys. Yeah, I'll see you. Bye. Bye.